during the Nigerian Biafran War from 1967 to 1970.
Get it online on your mobile. This is IPOB Community Radio, Radio Biafra, the first and the last.
The history of a people, I repeat, is like the stream of life from which the character form and structure of the identity, their backwardness and progress are drawn. It affords the people the platform on which to predict their future. Though, just as every stream has a source, so every group of people has a beginning.
I had a voice on the radio, Radio Biafra. London is the mouthpiece of the Biafrans. Nnamdi Kanu is his name. He made a vow to fight the end till our nation Biafra is restored. We love him, he's our mentor. Biafra is for real. Yeah. We will keep on fighting till the end now.
Anything you hear on Radio Biafra is the gospel truth.
I had a voice right in the air, sounding like a thunder, calling for my freedom. Yeah, now I conquer. I had a voice right in the air, telling me to listen. Biafra freedom is play. It's telling me Biafra is my name. Biafra is my home. Biafra is my home. My home. It's telling me Biafra is my name. Biafra is my name. Biafra is my home. My home. My home. For many years after the war, yeah, we be praying to Kike to give us a good leader in Biafra land to replace Ojukwu. Until I wake up one day, one morning, I tune to my radio 102.1 FM. Radio Biafra. All I had is love.
The people cannot predict their future if they do not know their past.
Yeah. Nnamdi Kanu's voice, I had a voice right in yeah, sounding like a thunder, calling for my freedom. Yeah, now I conquer. I had a voice right in yeah, telling me to listen. Biafra freedom is play. It's telling me Biafra is my name. Biafra is my home. Biafra is my home, my home. It's telling me Biafra is my home. Biafra is my home. Biafra is my home, my home, my home. I had a voice right in there, sounding like a thunder, calling for my freedom. Yeah, now I conquer. I had a voice right in there, telling me to listen. Biafra freedom is play. It's telling me Biafra is my name. Biafra is my home. Biafra is my home. My home. It's telling me Biafra is my name. Biafra is my name. Biafra is my home. My home. It's telling me Biafra is my name.
My name is Nnamdi Kanu. I am the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra all over this very planet Earth. For the rest of my life, be a loyal and dedicated servant of the wonderful people of Biafra. We will serve you. We will not let you down. We are not going to retreat 1 inch. We will not surrender. Biafra will come.
You say, Biafra we come, Biafra we come, we want the microphone, Shakaman Kurubito, yeah.
Get it online on your mobile. This is IPOB Community Radio, Radio Biafra, the first and the last. From the stiff-necked house of Israel to the rebellious house of Biafra, hear you the word of God. The book of Exodus chapter 32, verse 1 to 14. Now, when the people saw that Moses delayed coming down from the mountain, the people gathered together to Aaron and said to him, "Come, make us gods that shall go before us. For as for Moses, the man who brought us out of the land of Egypt, we do not know what has become of him." And Aaron said to them, "Break off the golden earrings which are in the ears of your wives, your sons, and your daughters, and bring them to me." So all the people broke off the golden earrings which were in their ears and brought them to Aaron. And he received the gold from their hand, and he fashioned it with an engraving tool and made a molded calf. Then they said, "This is your God, O Israel, that has brought you out of the land of Egypt." So when Aaron saw it, he built an altar before it, and Aaron made a proclamation and said, "Tomorrow is a feast to the Lord." Then they rose early on the next day, offered burnt offerings, and brought peace offerings. And the people sat down to eat and drink, and rose up early to play. And the Lord said to Moses, "Go, get down, for your people whom you brought out of the land of Egypt have corrupted themselves. They have turned aside quickly out of the way which I commanded them. They have made themselves a molded calf, and worship it, and sacrifice to it, and said, 'This is your God, O Israel, that brought you out of the land of Egypt.' And the Lord said to Moses, 'I have seen this people, and indeed it is a stiff-necked people. Now therefore, let me alone, that my wrath may burn hot against them. I may consume them, and I will make of you a great nation.' Then Moses pleaded with the Lord his God and said, 'Lord, why does your wrath burn hot against your people, whom you have brought out of the land of Egypt, with great power and with a mighty hand? What, or rather, why should the Egyptians speak and say, He brought them out to harm them, to kill them in the mountains, and to consume them from the face of the earth? Turn your fierce wrath and relent from this harm to your people. Remember Abraham, Isaac and Israel, your servants, to whom you swore by your own self, and say to them, I will multiply your descendants as the stars of heaven, and all this land that I have spoken of I will give to your descendants, and they shall inherit it forever. So the Lord relented from the harm which he said he should do to his people. Ụmụ Biafra, nwụrụ n'anya n'ihi na onye ndị iro gbara gburugburu na-eche ndụ ya nche. Biafrans, be awake, for he that the enemy surrounds watches over his life. Get it online on your mobile. This is IPOB Community Radio, Radio Biafra, the first and the last.
The history of a people, I repeat, is like the stream of life from which the character, form, and structure of the identity, their backwardness and progress are drawn. It affords the people the platform on which to predict their future. Though, just as every stream has a source, so every group of people has a beginning.
I had a voice on the radio Biafra. London is the mouthpiece of the Biafrans. Nnamdi Kanu is his name. He made a vow to fight the end till our nation Biafra is restored. We love him, he's our mentor. Biafra is for real. Yeah. We will keep on fighting till the end now.
Anything you hear on radio Biafra is the gospel truth.
I had a voice right in the air, sounding like a thunder, calling for my freedom. Yeah, now I conquer. I had a voice right in the air, telling me to listen. Biafra's freedom is near. It's telling me Biafra is my name. Biafra is my home. Biafra is my home. My home is telling me Biafra is my name. Biafra is my name. Biafra is my home. My home. My home. For many years after we be praying to Kike to give us a good leader in Biafra land to replace Ojuku. Until I wake up one day, one morning, I tune to my radio 102.1 FM. Radio Biafra. All I had is love.
The people cannot predict their future if they do not know their past.
Yeah. Nnamdi Kanu's voice, I had a voice like it, yeah. Sounding like a thunder, calling for my freedom, yeah. Now I conquer. I had a voice like it, yeah, telling me to listen. Biafra's freedom is near. It's telling me Biafra is my name. Biafra is my home. Biafra is my home, my home. It's telling me Biafra is my name. Biafra is my name. Biafra is my home, my home, my home. I had a voice right in the air, sounding like a thunder, calling for my freedom. Yeah, now I conquer. I had a voice right in the air, telling me to listen. Biafra's freedom is near. It's telling me Biafra is my name. Biafra is my home. Biafra is my home. My home. It's telling me Biafra is my name. Biafra is my name. my home. He's telling me, Biafra is my home. Biafra is my home. Biafra is my home. He's telling me, Biafra is my home. Biafra is my home. Biafra is my home.
My name is Nnamdi Kanu. I am the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra all over this very planet Earth. For the rest of my life, be a loyal and dedicated servant of the wonderful people of Biafra. We will serve you. We will not let you down. We are not going to retreat 1 inch. We will not surrender. Biafra will come.
He say, Biafra we come, Biafra we come. We want the microphone, Shakaman Kurubito, yeah.
In hunger and in thirst, in nakedness and in need of everything, and I will put a yoke of iron upon your neck. I will destroy you completely. A nation will come against you from afar and from the ends of the earth, as swift as the eagle flies, and they will devour you. A nation whose language, English, you will not understand. They will destroy you completely. Is your language originally English? But I am the Lord your God. I will destroy you, that even your language will no longer know it. So says the Lord of hosts. A nation of fair countenance, which does not respect the elderly, nor show favor to the young. Like the British, they will come after you, they will decimate you, and they will destroy you. They will not give a damn about your old. They will eat your livestock and produce and leave you none. Everything you have, they are bound to take, and you will have nothing. You will be plucked off from your land, which you go to possess. Even your own land, they will take away from it, and they will take it from you. We are banned from even our own land, isn't it? Why is it that they will tell you, if you want to come to your land, you have to go through Lagos and through Kanu and Abuja? You can't even come into your own land. They want to discourage you from going back to the land of your ancestors. This is the funniest one. You will be scattered amongst all people, from one end of the earth to another. I will scatter you. Not even among nations, but among people. That is why wherever you go to, won't you find Biafrans there? It's a curse. It's a curse. I will scatter you. Not even among people, ordinary people. Wherever there are people, you must be there. It's a curse I've placed upon you. There are some in China, they no longer go back home. And people are very happy living in other people's country because you have no shame. When I used to live in England, I used to feel ashamed all the time. I will go to look for a job that I know I am more than qualified to do. They will say, oh, due to one reason or the other, they will employ a white person. And somebody will say to me, why don't you write and protest? I say, no, I won't. It's not my country. Anything they like, they can do. Because we lack sense of pride and honor. I will scatter you amongst the peoples of the world. You were taken from everywhere to everywhere, and today you are worth nothing. And there you will bow before wooden gods that neither your ancestors have known. The God you were taught to know and love by white people is not the same Chukwu you once worshipped. Everything now is pure rubbish. And I said I will preach this gospel. You know me, I preach the truth. I don't give a damn, I don't give a toss. Every Sunday, what you're worshipping is not the true God in heaven. That is what the scripture says, not man. Some of you will say, oh, leave it now. We are doing very well, but you are suffering. All the curses we have read out here will be upon you and your families and generations yet unborn. Ask the senator. If the senator said that they will shoot the son dead by the same policeman in the zoo, he will say no. But today he's burying a son. Okoro is his name. Shot dead. You exchange the everlasting covenant and laws of the Most High for the thing they brought you from Europe. And today you are suffering. And they have taken possession of everything that you have. Isn't it very funny? Isn't it very, very funny? Righteousness was exchanged for prosperity. Truth exchanged for lies. You became liars. You shall find no rest among those nations. You will tremble in your heart and in your anguish as you're coming here. You will be afraid that police will stop you on the way. It's in the scriptures. Open search. Even in America, are we safe anywhere? In China, there are some people planning to call police for their own brothers in China. So that when I'm broadcasting, the police will come and arrest people. They will go about and say, oh, wherever director goes to, nobody should come because police will arrest you. We know them and they cannot come to Biafra land. Maybe they come there, they will die. They know that very well. You will find no rest in Malaysia. No peace of mind. You will hang in doubt all the time. As you leave your house, you don't know if police will come and arrest you and immigration will come. You will live in fear day and night. You will have no assurance of life if you will see tomorrow or not. All these things are in the scriptures. Of course, the book of Deuteronomy. It is very, very sad indeed, but it is true. Is this the paranoia of our ancestors experienced in America? Even everywhere, including Martin Luther King, everybody was in a big, big mess.
Get it online on your mobile. This is IPOB Community Radio. Radio Biafra, the first and the last.
The history of a people, I repeat, is like the stream of life from which the character, form, and structure of the identity, their backwardness and progress are drawn. It affords a people the platform on which to predict their future. Though, just as every stream has a source, so every group of people has a beginning.
I had a voice on the Radio Biafra. London is the mouthpiece of the Biafrans. Nnamdi Kanu is his name. He made a vow to fight the end till our nation Biafra is restored. We love him, he's our mentor. Biafra is for real. Yeah. We keep on fighting till the end now.
Anything you hear on Radio Biafra is the gospel truth.
I had a voice right in the air, sounding like a thunder, calling for my freedom. Yeah, now I conquer. I had a voice right in the air, telling me to listen. Biafra freedom is near. It's telling me Biafra is my name. Biafra is my home. Biafra is my home. My home. It's telling me Biafra is my name. Biafra is my name. Biafra is my home. My home. My home. For many years after the war, yeah, we be praying to Kike to give us a good leader in Biafra land to replace Ojukwu. Until I wake up one day, one morning, I tune to my radio 102.1 FM. Radio Biafra. All I had is love.
The people cannot predict their future if they do not know their past.
Yeah. Nnamdi Kanu's voice, I had a voice right in yeah, sounding like a thunder, calling for my freedom. Yeah, now I conquer. I had a voice right in yeah, telling me to listen. Biafra free. Biafra is my home. Biafra is my home. Biafra is my home. My home is telling me Biafra is my home. Biafra is my home. Biafra is my home. My home. My home. I had a voice writing me, sounding like a thunder, calling for my freedom. Yeah, now I conquer. I had a voice writing me, telling me to listen. Biafra freedom is late. It's telling me, Biafra is my name. Biafra is my name. Biafra is my name. My home is telling me, Biafra is my name. Biafra is my name. Biafra is my home. My home is telling me, Biafra is my name. Biafra is my home. Biafra is my name. My home is telling me, Biafra is my name. Biafra is my name. Biafra is my home. My home. My home.
My name is Nnamdi Kanu. I am the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra all over this very planet Earth. For the rest of my life, be a loyal and dedicated servant of the wonderful people of Biafra. We will serve you. We will not let you down. We are not going to retreat 1 inch. We will not surrender. Biafra will come.
He say, Biafra we come. Biafra we come. We want the microphone. Sakaman Kurubito, yeah.
The indigenous people of Biafra in the Directorate of State as the head of directorate. Wonderful Biafrans, I have to go straight to the issues that I have to give across tonight. But let me begin by giving a warm commendation to all of you, great and indefatigable, indomitable Biafrans worldwide. I want to commend with great joy in my heart the Biafrans who are in the war front in Biafra land, because that is what I describe our land as being like. All the difficulties that they pass through, all the harassment, all the torture, mental and physical, all the killings. There is no war front that can be more than what our people are going through in Biafra land. Therefore, I want to commend your tenacity. I want to commend your loyalty to the leader of this great movement, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, your tenacity to the cause of the Biafra people. I want to commend you especially for your total observance and total obedience to the order of sit at home, which the leadership of the indigenous people of Biafra put in place on the 21st of October, being yesterday, for us all to show our solidarity and support to our leader, who is being illegally and wickedly held by the authorities that, or the cabal that run the zoo called Nigeria. My commendation, of course, goes to our legal team, who are doing a very sterling work, functions and their duties. I commend very much our elder, Dr. Chukwuemeka Ezife Okwadike of Ibuku. I commend him because this is the second time he had been in the court for the case of our leader. The first time he was allowed, fortunately, inside the court, but our leader did not. They did not bring our leader to court. And yesterday, he was also in court very faithfully. But this time around, many of you have seen how that respectable elder from our land was humiliated, how he was treated as nobody, how Okwadike, a former governor in our land, was not allowed inside the court, but was only given a chair outside to sit. And somebody put it very, very succinctly yesterday, asking, can these Janjaweed soldiers and policemen, the treatment they meted out on Okwadike yesterday, Dr. Ezibe, can they do that to their so-called Sultan of Sokoto? Of course not. Why he asked that question is for all of us to use our common sense and understand that the zoo is nothing for us. I commend the elder that was also sitting with him. My apologies, I have tried to get his name, but I didn't have his name here as well, because they have they have really shown that this is about their son, and they must give all the support that is needed and that is required. I want to also commend Professor Ejiofor of the World Igbo Congress for his words of encouragement and words of hope to Biafrans yesterday when he appeared on this hallowed platform of Radio Biafra. My dear people, great Biafrans, I am sure that many of you, like myself, after seeing our leader yesterday, in fact, we tanked back our energy, and now we have put on the hat and the shoe for this battle to go on as the shoe go on. One other thing that I need to bring to the attention of all Biafrans is that the fraudster in Ikonzo house has continued to destroy the homes and livelihoods of our people in Imo State. Yesterday it was Izombe, and today it was also Itoba. And when I say yesterday, I didn't mean yesterday like it happened yesterday, but figuratively. First of all, it was Izombe. They went there, they killed, they massacred, and they destroyed people's homes and people's means of livelihood. And the people who are elders in Biafra land, they saw nothing, they heard nothing, and they became dumb because they could not speak. And this imbecile, this fraudster, he took it as a word, as an acquiescence of the elders in Biafra land for him to continue his crime against the Biafran people. And he again sent in the Janjaweed army and soldiers in Osuhitupa. They maimed, they killed, and they destroyed. This man called Hopeless Uzodimma has been religiously turning our mothers and our fathers into homeless people. This man has been religiously making children motherless and fatherless. he has been working in accordance with the template that was given to him by the Hausa Fulani Caliphate. And I want to say on this holy platform, I want to say it now, that as hopeless Uzodimma has made women hope. I beg your pardon, excuse me, I need to take a water, please. I want to say it this very night, that as hopeless Uzodimma has made women and men childless, so will his mother be childless. As he has made children fatherless and motherless, so will his children be fatherless and also be motherless. As he has made people homeless, there shall not fail one in his family who will not be homeless, because I call upon the land of Biafra that he has desecrated, and the blood of all those he has wasted. On a daily basis, this man is spilling the blood of innocent, and I call on the blood of innocent to do their battle against this very fraudster in our midst. While Uzodinjo is doing the part assigned to him, there are those who were assigned to do the other part, to destroy the four pillars of this great movement that Onyendu has put in place. They are now exposing themselves by the nonsense that they vomit. I want to let our people to pay attention to some of these things that these people talk about. Don't just listen if their nonsense comes your way. Don't just listen and then think deeply, pay attention to what comes out from them, because they are using their own mouth to tell us. They tell us the goal and the agenda and the work that they have been given to do. And I want to tell you, like I did tell people before, their own part is focused upon to make sure why Uzodimma is spilling the blood of our people in conjunction with the one that calls himself David Umahi in Ebonyi State. While these individuals are murdering, while they are causing sorrow and sadness to families in Biafra land, these other part that were assigned the duty to do what? What they were assigned was to make sure that they focus on IPOB leadership. They focus on IPOB leadership, that is the Directorate of State. Their eyes are focused on the ESN. Their eyes are focused on our radio platform, the hallowed Radio Biafra London. And of course, their goal is to emancipate this movement financially. That is why I said, when they speak, when you ever had a time to listen very carefully, because they are using their own mouth to tell you the agenda, to tell you what they have been sent to do. But many of us will simply listen and they will not pay very much attention. In fact, I wish to ask the European rep, Mazi Osnabahim, there was a response he gave to the deputy head of directorate of this very movement, Mazi Chukwemeka, in one of our platforms. In that response, Mazi Abahim very rightly, he enunciated the goal of these people who have been sent to weaken the leadership, to destroy the leadership, to destroy the arm of the strength of this movement, the ESN, to take over our radio and then to emasculate us financially. This, as I said earlier, these are the four pillars of this movement, but I can promise them they are late in this their given task because the train has already left the station. Mazi, please, that your response in our forum to Mazi Nzurumike, make it public so that people can begin to see, they will read and understand where these people are coming from and what their agenda, what their goal, what their focus is in terms of making sure that they want to destroy this movement and to derail our march to freedom. And I promise them they have not been born. None born of woman has the mettle to do what they think they have been sent to do. They cannot destroy this movement. They cannot derail our focus. They cannot derail our march to freedom. And they have nothing. Even if they think that they will discourage people from supporting the ESN, they have forgotten that the ways of Chukwu Abiyama is not the ways of men. And I promise them from the 23rd of August up to this moment, they have withheld the funds of ESN. Are we not taking care of our men? Of course, we are taking care of them, and we will continue to take care of them, and we will continue to make them, prepare them for the battle ahead, because my great people of Biafra, the battle is ahead of us. We must show our enemies what IPOB is made of, that they have not the mettle, they do not have what it takes to destroy or bring down this movement led by Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. And having said that, starting from next week, our continental reps should send to me the date for their ESN fundraising so that this requisite authorization or the requisite authorization from my office will be appropriately given to them, and the date which they have chosen as the date for their fundraising continental, because we are going to do, first of all, we are going to embark on continent-wide fundraising for ESN. Each of the continents we have, each of the continental representatives we have, begin the plan after tonight to organize a fundraising in your continent for the ESN, for our ESN, of course, and make that date available so that we will not have clash of dates in this very, very project. Great people of Biafra, I need all of you to pay very, very good attention. Very, very good attention to what I'm going to say to you now. You know, these people, they think that they can try our leader, they can conduct a secret trial of our leader. That is not possible, and that cannot happen. They tried it before. They wanted to try him in secret because they had nothing against him. But as usual, they want to bring people that can cover their faces and come and postulate lies and half-truths in order for them to say that Onyendu has committed any crime against the zoo contraption. But they failed at that first time. And at this second time again, I promise you that they will fail. Now, they brought our leader to court yesterday. And as I always tell our people, you must be aware that the Fulani are working. They are working very, very religiously for the agenda that they have. And that agenda is nothing but to subsume every ethnic nationality, every indigenous nation in that contraption called the Zoological Republic of Nigeria, to subsume them, to oppress them, and to take over whatever belongs to you. And not only that, they want to take over whatever belongs to you, they want to dehumanize you, that you will begin to think that you're not even worthy to live, and you will be even happy for you to have them, ruling over you. Now, yesterday, after all the theater that they did, and finally brought Onyendu to court, today, like we expected, like the Fulani are wont to do, today the what is he called? The quota attorney general called Malami or whatever that is his name is, came out with some nonsense press statement, that I will plead and ask for your indulgence to allow me to read a little bit part of it. Now, after the usual greetings, he said, as you are aware, Nnamdi Kanu, the self-acclaimed, I'm reading from what this man wrote. The self-acclaimed leader of the indigenous people of Biafra has been at the center of a subversive campaign against the Nigerian state. Consequently, Nnamdi Kanu was arrested on the 14th of October 2015. He was charged to court for treasonable felony among other crimes. He was granted bail by the Federal High Court, Abuja, on the 25th of April 2017. He, however, breached the bail conditions and fled abroad. That is Malami telling you. He has lost the memory of what happened to Onyendu. These people are liars. They are all evil people. I don't even know if there is anything worse than evil that one can use to describe them. He cannot mention that they sent their battalion of soldiers with helicopters and fighter jets to a man who has no weapon, a man who was only speaking with his mouth, exercising his right of expression and right of the freedom of speech, a man that had not hurt a flag. They went to his home, jets, helicopter gunships, tanks, armored vehicles, and many battalions of soldiers for one man to kill him, because they know that there is only one obstacle for them not to realize their agenda, and that obstacle is Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, and this great movement that he has put in place and that he is leading. They know that man is the only person standing in their way of achieving their goal. So what did they do? As they always think, because for them, just kill whatever is standing on your way, and then you have solved the problem. That is their mentality. The zoo mentality. Kill it. Just kill the man. And then they were thinking, just kill him, and then maybe, hopefully for them, 1 month or 2 weeks or whatever, there will be uproar, and then everywhere will calm down. They will now pump in the money that Gowon advised them that if he knew that the people love money that much, he wouldn't have even gone to war. He would just use money and give to us, or give to our people to use and fight themselves. That is now what they are doing. They are spreading the money that is coming, that is made from the resources in your land. They are spreading it. They are giving chicken part of it, the crumbs of it, to some of these idiots in the diaspora to think that they have the metal to even come close to derailing this great movement. But I will not digress that much. Now, this man forgot that they sent their army to go and kill our leader. And Chukwu Abịama being Chukwu Abịama, because nobody is above him, he saved our leader and made sure, because Onyendu has not accomplished the job, the work that heaven sent to him. Chukwu Abịama, of course, made sure that he was not part of those that fell on that day. 28 young men and women, very young Biafrans, 28 or even more, lost their lives. This idiot did not remember it. He did not add that to his useless press conference. But I'll go on. And now, why in exile? I'm reading what he wrote. Why in exile? Nnamdi Kanu intensified his subversive campaign using online Radio Biafra to instigate violence and incite members of IPOB to commit violent attacks against civil and democratic institutions, particularly the security personnel, independent National Electoral Commission, and civilians. He instigated the destruction of public and private properties across the country. That is Malami now talking here. Malami has forgotten Aba High School. Malami has forgotten Iguacha. Malami has forgotten Mpo Onitsha. Malami has forgotten all the areas where they have consistently mowed down young men and women who only crime was that they came out with a flag, nothing but a flag, not even a stick, not a stone, a flag, expressing their, God-given freedom of speech and freedom of association. His man has conveniently forgotten all this, and he is now in turn telling us that we are now the aggressors and they are the victims. I'll continue. As a result of these criminal activities, IPOB was proscribed and designated a terrorist organization by a federal high court sitting in Abuja. Can you hear that? As a result of our flying our flags and protesting peacefully, even though we were being killed, we wrote and complained and cried, we buried our dead. Nothing happened. Nobody had us. Nobody listened. Nobody paid attention. They went ahead and called us terrorists, and they used their Janjaweed court to stamp that name they gave to us. But of course, the international community knows that these people are no terrorists, and they ignored that nonsense from their court. But bear in mind, since 2017, even though that our lawyers had filed a case in court challenging that ex parte order. Listen again. That order from the court designating IPOB as a terrorist organization was an ex parte order. Ex parte order, for those who understand law, is an order given by the judge in chambers. There is no representation. They went to their Fulani judges and then asked them, give us this thing we are looking for. Of course, they gave them what they are looking for. But then when our lawyers called them to challenge them in an open court, 2017 counting, up till this moment I'm speaking to you, they have been running away from their court to come and defend that nonsense terrorist name or tag that they gave the Biafran people fighting for their freedom. Now, I read more. He said, despite the proscription of IPOB by the federal government, Nnamdi Kanu continued the subversive campaign, instigating and inciting broadcasts to direct members of the IPOB to launch attacks on government. The NSAS protests of October 2020 played into the sinister plans of Nnamdi Kanu. This is Malami writing, whereby he seized the protest through subversive, that is the only English word you know, nonsense man, through subversive and inciting online broadcasts, and actively commanded and directed attacks on security personnel and facilities. These people are worse than evil. They did not remember that they mowed down and massacred people who were freely and peacefully protesting at the Lekki in Lagos. People just gathered, even with their useless green, white, green flag. Those who they did not have Biafran flag. These people, NSAS protesters, they were not Biafrans. Now he wants to say that IPOB is the people who took it over by within Nnamdi Kanu, took it over and then hijacked it. That is his reason. But he can imagine these young men have suffered at the hands of the security apparatus of the zoo, and one day they said enough is enough. That did not stop these murderers from going there where they were peacefully gathering and protesting to mow them down and kill many people there. Up to today, have you heard anything about their investigation, their inquiry? Nothing. They extended it to Obi-Igbo. In Obi-Igbo, the one that they called, what's his name? Nwike, became their houseboy there. And he allowed them to decimate and kill and murder very many young Biafran men and women. Their time and day of recompense is coming. Chikwabema shall bear us witness. I read further. As a result of this broadcast, members of IPOB attacked and killed security personnel and burned down police stations and on and on and on. And then he goes on. He says, on the 12th December 2020, Eastern Security Network was formed by Nnamdi Kanu as an armed wing of IPOB with the mandate to advance the nefarious agenda of the outlaws group. ESN continued to launch attacks on security personnel, civilians perceived as enemies, as well as destruction of private and public properties. Now, he was not satisfied labeling the non-violent IPOB family members as being the aggressors. Now he was now saying that the ESN that Oyendo formed specifically to ensure that our forests are safe for our mothers, for our fathers, for our women, our daughters and sisters to go and farm. The ESN that our leader put in place to ensure that we are not starved to death, because that was the agenda. They come to our farms. Can you imagine such wickedness? Somebody will carry their farm, their animal, all the way from the north. They will not destroy the farms because they're not their farmers as well. They will not go to the northern part of the zoo to use the farm produce being cultivated not to feed the animal. No, they will not do that. They deliberately, they purposely, they consciously brought their animals down to the south for the single objective of destroying farm produce that are still not ready to be harvested, and then we will be in what we call we will have food shortages, and they will use that as well to blackmail us, as they did when they said that there will be no more food to be shipped from the north to the south. So Onyendu put this ESN in place to ensure that we do not fall into that danger of the plan of the enemy, of the Fulani Caliphate. Now they are saying, because this ESN did marvelously well, because they made our farmland safe, they are so bitter. Now they want to say that ESN was formed for what? To attack their useless government personnel. Who has time for you? For their government personnel. We have our objective, and ESN also have the objective that they were the reason why they were set up. Now, the destructive, listen again, and that is very important that we pay attention here. The destructive activities of IPOB pose serious threat to Nigerian national security. The bandits, the Boko Haram, the ISWA, these peoples and the Fulani herdsmen, their activities, of course, they are doing moonlight play. Their activities never became any threat to their so-called Nigerian national security. No, it is non-armed IPOB family members, non-violent indigenous people of Biafra, and the very ESN that was set up to even checkmate these their terrorist herdsmen that now he has found his voice to describe them as being or as posing a serious threat to their national security. And he goes on and he says that this posing of ESN and IPOB as a threat to their national security and the corporate existence of the zoo resulted into the rearrest of Nnamdi Kanu and members of his group. Pay attention. He said the rearrest. I said these people are liars. And when we tell you that the zoo is a den of, in fact, the demon himself habits in the zoo. That is why their minister of communication is called Elijah Muhammad. He's a liar because he can be the chief liar, and that's why they made him a minister for communication. Now he said that they rearrest our leader. Where did you rearrest him? He did not say here because he is a man who is on a mission. The rendition, the extraordinarily, let me remind him if he forgot, that you, the zoo, extraordinarily renditioned our leader from Kenya to the zoo. Therefore, you have committed a crime in international jurisprudence. You have committed a crime, and you are now, as usual, you are trying to turn the tables against us because you think you have the resources, you have the money to buy the shut up media houses, you have the money to engage in lobbyists all over the world. But we will tell you that all those that are working with you, all those that have gathered, be them in the zoo or outside of the zoo, you have gathered, and your gathering is not of Chukwuabiama and Chukwuoki. Will scatter your gathering into the four winds that he has made, and into the four market days that are guiding the four winds of the earth. We promise you that. Now he continues to say that the eventual rearrest of Nnamdi Kanu in June 2021 and some members of his group led to the inauguration of a presidential ad hoc committee comprising 24 members. Now listen, pay attention. These 24 members were drawn from where? Number one, Federal Ministry of Justice, where this imbecile is heading, a Fulani man. Federal Ministry of Information, where the liar Muhammad is heading, a Fulani man. Federal or whatever Nigerian police force, headed by an Inspector General of Police, a Fulani man. National Department of State Services, headed by a Fulani man. National Intelligence Agency, headed by a Fulani man. Defense Intelligence Agency, headed by a Fulani man. This committee, this Fulani committee, this Fulanized committee is the committee that gathered together, that the impostor in Aso Rock gathered together in order to do what? To find a cause, a reason, a ground to do what? To implicate this great movement and also to implicate our leaders. I will not go further to read what nonsense he wrote here, but I want to make a statement tonight. And Biafrans, you must pay attention. The indigenous people of Biafra will not be part of that game that they are playing. That they brought our leader to court yesterday and only allowed pleas to be taken, and then what happened? They postponed or adjourned that case to November the 10th. This is what is going to happen. And this is the demand of the indigenous people of Biafra tonight, being the 22nd day of October. 22nd day, Friday, the 22nd day of October 2021, exactly at 20 hours 42. That is 42 minutes after 8 o'clock. And 42 minutes past top of the hour in Biafra land or any other place you may be. Our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, must be released unconditionally. That is the demand that the indigenous people of Biafra are making tonight. Our leader must be released unconditionally, and that must be before this their usual date that they have set, which is the 10th of November. And in addition to releasing our leader, these people must give a date for referendum. They must announce a date for referendum for Biafrans to decide our fate, that of our children, and that of generations unborn. Onyindu cannot be tried secretly because yesterday they prevented journalists from accessing the courtroom or even coming into the court compound. They prevented lawyers from coming into the court premises or the courtroom. Now their plan is to, place a cover or a kind of secrecy behind or for this very, very, very trial of our leader and try him under their useless I don't want to offend any religion, but they want to try him under their Sharia nonsense. But that will not happen. That cannot happen. I am saying that from tonight, the 22nd of October 2021, up until the 4th of November 2021, the zoo must release our leader. I will repeat, from tonight, this is our demand and it cannot be changed. They must release our leader unconditionally because he has committed no crime. He has committed no crime. They must release him unconditionally, and they have from tonight up until the 4th of November. If by the 4th of November they do not release our leader, from the 5th of November, the indigenous people of Biafra will go back to the trenches and we will call an indefinite. In fact, we will begin that sit at home that we had initially said we will carry out if our leader did not come. And I'm saying now, from the 5th of November, if by the 4th our leader does not come out, the 5th of November shall be, we will announce a sit at home until the court date. The only date that will be exempted from this date will be the date that is a Sunday, when people will be allowed to go to do their prayer, to do their worship, to go to churches. That Sunday they will be allowed to prepare, fill in their resources. I mean, buy things that they need. And as I'm saying it now, Biafrans must understand that the battle has just started. So begin to prepare your mind. Begin to prepare yourself. Physically and mentally, we must be strong. We must be strong for us to win this battle. Not that anybody will begin to tell you any story and then we will begin to, people will begin to talk one thing or the other. From now, from this night, from tomorrow, begin to prepare for the eventuality that from the 5th of November 2021, there will be a lockdown of Biafra land until the date of the court, which they have announced, which is the 10th of November 2021. And with exception, let me repeat, exception that the Sunday, when this sit-at-home will commence, the Sunday following it shall not be a sit-at-home, because our people who are very religious and who have great faith in Chukwuabiama, we will allow them to go and pray and worship in their respective churches and their respective places of worship. And I want to state and say very, very carefully here, those that call themselves our religious leaders, those that call themselves our traditional rulers, the zoo has fixed their next court date for the 10th of November. If that court date will hold, because our expectation is that they must release Onyendi because they have no case against him. Forget these concoctions here that Malami just brought out today afternoon. They still do not have anything against Nwachineke and they must release him. But if they did not and continue to hold their court case on 10th of November, if you are a traditional ruler in Biafra land, you people must now come together because you must send a delegation to Abuja. If you people are church leaders, the clergy in Biafra land, you must now begin to plan because you must send a delegation to Abuja for that court date. We have to begin to know those who are for the people and those who are not for the people. And it is now. The next court date will show us if you are part of those whom the enemy is using to destroy our land, whom the enemy and the politicians are using to impoverish our people, whom they are using to subjugate our people. And we will take note of that, and time will, of course, help us to do what is needed to be done going forward. Great Biafrans, we know that we've heard, but we want them to confirm it. But I am not even waiting for them to confirm it. What I want to say this evening is that the impostor in Aso Rock is not welcome anywhere in Biafra land anymore. He is not welcome. Because we heard that the man in Ebonyi State called David Umai is planning to make him or bring him to Ebonyi State to come and visit and do what, and I don't know what he built or whatever. He was doing his duty. Of course, even if you build anything, that is the job why you become a governor. Nobody should praise you or clap for you because you build a road. Now we heard that they are making plans for this impulse to come to Ebonyi State. We will give them the same treatment we gave him in Imo State, because none of them is welcome in our land. You cannot hold the leader of a nation. You cannot hold our leader and you come to our land to laugh at us. And you come to our land to urinate on the graves of those that you killed through your army. Therefore, Buhari or whatever he calls himself is not welcome anywhere in Biafra land until our leader is released. And if our leader allows him or allows anybody that we represent him wants to come, that is the prerogative of union. But as far as we are concerned, he is not welcome. Anytime he comes, we will give him, we will tell him he's unwelcome, and we will give him the treatment that Biafrans always give those that are like him. And going forward, also, from tonight, any program or event that is Nigerian in nature, being organized by any zoo agency or ministry or department, any event that they want to organize in our land, they must get the permission of the owners of that land. They must get our permission because Biafra land belongs no longer to them. You cannot come into somebody's land and then begin to do what you want without getting permission. You cannot do that. And from tonight, those who want to bring any event from the zoo, they may call it educational outreach, or they may call it whatever. You cannot. Those things will not happen in our land anymore. If you try, we will of course mobilize our people to do what, to boycott such things, and of course you must take permission from the owners of the land. You must obtain permission before you bring anything that is Nigerian in nature into our land. Biafrans, we must understand that we are in a very, very precarious time. We are in a very, very dangerous time, and it is desired and demanded of us that we must all be very attentive, that we must all be very, very at alert. We must be very, very at alert, because they are not relenting. Those whom they have recruited, they are not relenting. Therefore, we must not relent. Our eyes must continue to be on board. Our destination is nothing but Biafra. Our objective is nothing but a restored, independent, and sovereign Biafran nation. But the short-term objective that we have today, because that Biafra that we are seeking, we will be led into that new Biafra by only one person, and that is Nnamdi. Therefore, our short-term objective, our immediate concern must be, all hands must be on deck, that we must ensure that he is out from the hands of the enemy, to continue the march to our freedom, and to continue to bring this very, very heaven-ordained project to a very, very victorious conclusion, that Abiyama may take the glory, and that we all may, of course, be able to enjoy. Biafrans, Biafra for us is not just a name. Biafra for us is our heritage. Biafra is our identity, and Chukwuka Abiyama, the owner of Biafra land, the spirit that owns Biafra, it is only him that we bow down, and it's only him that we worship. And having said that, the Psalms reading continues. We have, today is 146. We have very few days to conclude this. Everyone must continue to read the Psalms. Those who have not been doing that, follow the last days that this Psalm reading is being done, for us all to get to the end of it. And then, of course, the 50th day, I believe there shall be a day, it should be, I understand, they are planning a day of thanks and praises to all of you. A day of thanks and praises to Chukwuka Abiyama. Therefore, I want to thank all of you for listening. I want to continue to encourage all of you. Tighten your belt, because we have entered the stage where we all must no longer overlook all the shenanigans that is coming from the zoological republic of Nigeria. We must be prepared for what they are coming with. We know how they operate. We know what their minds are. We know what their objectives are. And we must not allow them to dictate it. That is the reason why this Malami came out today after yesterday. They are thinking, they have seen their leader. Now they are happy. Now let us hit them. We know that you will do your takiya stuff because that is your nature. You will do your takiya. You think you have shown our leader. You will now come and use the hammer on us. But we are waiting for you. And Chukwu Abiyama is leading this battle. And for us, victory is assured. And Chukwu shall take the glory. Therefore, I want to say from here and from me, may Chukwu abide and guide and strengthen all of you in your duties. May He keep you focused. May He keep you loyal. May you understand that without Machineke, that without Onyendu, our generation is doomed. And all the sacrifices that all those of us are making in Biafra land, think about it. It is just but for a while. Because the joy of victory shall last eternity upon us and upon our children and generations to come. May Okiki be with all of you. And from here, I want to say to you, good night and sleep very well. Thank you so much.
Hashtag we are one family, indivisible. Under Chukwu Okike Abiyama, we are the people of the East. Hashtag we are one family, indivisible. Under Chukwu Okike Abiyama, we are the people of the East.
The type of Biafra I want is the Biafra of my ancestors, the land of the free, where people are allowed to pursue their daily endeavors without interference from any higher authority, where individual and collective autonomy of every component, ethnic, nationality within Biafra will be guaranteed, not just by law, but by virtue of our existence as dignified human beings. A Biafra that will be demilitarized, a Biafra that will be forward-looking, innovative, creative, run on clean, green energy, not reliant on gas or petrol. A Biafra where the police will not bear any arms. A Biafra where people can live and die and you will not see an armed soldier anywhere around you. A genuine republic, a land belonging to the people. We are going to cement this in the way we structure our society. A Biafra that will attract inward investments. A Biafra that will consider every necessity of life as being a human right. Not just in words, but in deed. A Biafra where there will be no strife nor rancor. A Biafra where all men and women will be equal, regardless of their religion, their sex, their creed, their orientation. A Biafra that will maintain open borders to every black soul on the face of this very earth. I do admit that geographically, in terms of landmass, we may not be that huge. The Biafra will operate, or should I say, run an open door policy. Every black person on the face of this earth will be an honorary citizen of Biafra, as long as you're not tainted by terrorism. That is the type of Biafra we want to run. A Biafra where Europeans will sit back and say, we never knew that such innovation and creativity will be possible. A Biafra that, should I say, the likes of Rwanda is a forerunner to, because today they are doing very well as well. That is the type of nation we are going to build. A truly democratic nation, not through the force of arms, but through dialogue and negotiations at all times. Nobody's going to lord it over anybody else. My ancestors never did. That is why we remain the only people not to conquer any other piece of territory, and nobody conquered us until the white man came and our temple fell in 1904. That is the land we're going to go back to. A Biafra of very many nations, a Biafra of autonomous nations within, governing themselves according to their own rules, where nobody will sit at the helm of power and dictate for others what to do. And we are going to accomplish it by the grace of God Almighty in heaven. Now, I know that constant references are being made to Southern Sudan. But I want to let people understand that even after the USA became free from British colonial rule, they also went through a very bitter civil war. And that did not stop them today from becoming preeminent in every sphere of human endeavor, militarily, economically, socially, in every way. So I do believe that is why I said, and I have said this repeatedly, I will never ever lead Biafra politically. Once Biafra is restored, my job is done. I want to be able to prove to our people what sacrifice means, so that those who will come after us will know how to treat our people with respect and with dignity. The thing about Africa is somebody gets into power and they want to stay there forever and ever, see if there is something in it. The little work that I'm doing for Biafran people is very tiring, very, very stressful. Sometimes I don't even know how these presidents manage to sleep. Maybe they don't love their people that much. If you love your people, you cannot sleep at night. Any president in Africa who's not suffering from high blood pressure, you are not sick. That means you're doing something wrong. You're not doing what you're supposed to do. If you're concerned about your people, then I expect you to be very ill at all times. So that is the type of Biafra that we need. That's the type of Biafra we're going to have. A type of Biafra where the wealth, well-being of Sub-Saharan Africa flows from. And I can assure you we are going to deliver it. We will deliver it. The Pan-Africanism that we talk about is going to start from Biafra, because mind, I did not say that we're just going to have Biafra and then we shut up all the borders. No. What we want to do is to return to our organic political cultural arrangement. Should Biafrans wake up the next day to say, we want to be the same country with Oduduwa, all well and good. Should Biafrans wake up and say, we want to expand into Amazonia, all well and good. As long as you take the consent of the people with you, this nonsense that the Europeans did in Africa, we want to reverse it. That God Almighty heaven may look down and be very proud to say that at last, I have people who are after my heart, and that's what we intend to do with Biafra. Thank you very much.
Hashtag, we are one family, indivisible. Under Chupu Okike Abiyama, we are the people of the East. Hashtag, we are one family, indivisible. Under Chupu Okike Abiyama, we are the people of the East.
The type of Biafra I want is the Biafra of my ancestors, the land of the free, where people are allowed to pursue their daily endeavors without interference from any higher authority, where individual and collective autonomy of every component, ethnic, nationality within Biafra will be guaranteed, not just by law, but by virtue of our existence as dignified human beings. A Biafra that will be demilitarized, a Biafra that will be forward-looking, innovative, creative, run on clean, green energy, not reliant on gas or petrol. A Biafra where the police will not bear any arms. A Biafra where people can live and die and you will not see an armed soldier anywhere around you. A genuine republic, a land belonging to the people. We are going to cement this in the way we structure our society. A Biafra that will attract inward investments. A Biafra that will consider every necessity of life as being a human right. Not just in words, but in deed. A Biafra where there will be no strife nor rancor. A Biafra where all men and women will be equal, regardless of their religion, their sex, their creed, their orientation. A Biafra that will maintain open borders to every black soul on the face of this very earth. I do admit that geographically, in terms of landmass, we may not be that huge. The Biafra will operate, or should I say, run an open door policy. Every black person on the face of this earth will be an honorary citizen of Biafra, as long as you're not tainted by terrorism. That is the type of Biafra we want to run. A Biafra where Europeans will sit back and say, we never knew that such innovation and creativity will be possible. A Biafra that, should I say, the likes of Rwanda is a forerunner to, because today they are doing very well as well. That is the type of nation we are going to build. A truly democratic nation, not through the force of arms, but through dialogue and negotiations at all times. Nobody's going to lord it over anybody else. My ancestors never did. That is why we remain the only people not to conquer any other piece of territory, and nobody conquered us until the white man came and our temple fell in 1904. That is the land we're going to go back to. A Biafra of very many nations. A Biafra of autonomous nations within, governing themselves according to their own rules, where nobody will sit at the helm of power and dictate for others what to do. And we are going to accomplish it by the grace of God Almighty in heaven. Now, I know that constant references are being made to Southern Sudan. But I want to let people understand that even after the USA became free from British colonial rule, they also went through a very bitter civil war. And that did not stop them today from becoming preeminent in every sphere of human endeavor, militarily, economically, socially, in every way. So I do believe that is why I said, and I have said this repeatedly, I will never ever lead Biafra politically. Once Biafra is restored, my job is done. I want to be able to prove to our people what sacrifice means, so that those who will come after us will know how to treat our people with respect and with dignity. The thing about Africa is somebody gets into power and they want to stay there forever and ever, see if there is something in it. The little work that I'm doing for Biafran people is very tiring, very, very stressful. Sometimes I don't even know how these presidents manage to sleep. Maybe they don't love their people that much. If you love your people, you cannot sleep at night. Any president in Africa who's not suffering from high blood pressure, you are not sick. That means you're doing something wrong. You're not doing what you're supposed to do. If you're concerned about your people, then I expect you to be very ill at all times. So that is the type of Biafra that we need. That's the type of Biafra we're going to have. A type of Biafra where the wealth, well-being of sub-Saharan Africa flows from. And I can assure you we are going to deliver it. We will deliver it. The Pan-Africanism that we talk about is going to start from Biafra, because mind you, I did not say that we're just going to have Biafra and then we shut up all the borders. No. What we want to do is to return to our organic political cultural arrangement. Should Biafrans wake up the next day to say, we want to be the same country with Oduduwa, all well and good. Should Biafrans wake up and say, we want to expand into Amazonia, all well and good. As long as you take the consent of the people with you, this nonsense that the Europeans did in Africa, we want to reverse it. That God Almighty heaven may look down and be very proud to say that at last, I have people who are after my heart, and that's what we intend to do with Biafra. Thank you very much.
Hashtag, we are one family, indivisible, Under Chukwu Okike Abiyama, we are the people of the East. Hashtag, we are one family, indivisible. Under Chukwu Okike Abiyama, we are the people of the East. Good morning, great Biafrans, wonderful people, beautiful people. Of course, we shall vanquish by the grace of Chukwu Okike Abiyama, Elohim. Onye promihenile, we shall vanquish. I welcome you this morning. Once again, it is a great morning, a powerful morning for that matter, one that Chukwu Okike Abiyama have made to pray and commit this program to the hands of Elohim. And then, of course, we will open our lines. But before we open our lines, I want to say a few words to us this morning, and then I will allow us to interact, because I haven't been on air for a while now, and of course I believe the right thing to do is to give us the opportunity to call in this morning and speak our mind. I think that is what we're going to do. But first of all, we need to pray and commit this program to the hands of Elohim. Father, we thank you this morning. We bless and worship you, God. We give you all the praise. We give you all the glory. Father, we say, let your name be glorified in the name of Chukwu Okike Abiyama. Father, we thank you for a day like this. We thank you for our people. We thank you, Lord, because we are Biafrans. Father, we say, to you be all the glory, to you be all the honors, to you be all the adoration and thanksgiving. We worship you, Elohim, because you are the one that gave this vision to our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Father, Lord, we bought into this vision because we believe in that vision. And today we have come, oh God, we have come that Biafra will be restored in our own time. But a lot of mountains are before us, oh God. And you say to Zerubbabel, what is that mountain before you? For that mountain shall be removed for your sake. Therefore, Father, we pray for our sake this morning. Let the mountain move. Let the mountain be removed, that Biafra will be restored in our own time. Father, we pray, we give you praise, we give you glory, we give you honor, because you know that you have answered us. And Father, we say for our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, we pray, Lord, for his urgent release, his imminent release, oh God, unconditional release. These are what we pray this morning. And Father, we believe that you have heard us, because we prayed in the name of Chukwu Okike Abiyama. He said,
in hunger and in thirst, in nakedness and in need of everything, and I will put a yoke of iron upon your neck. I will destroy you completely. A nation will come against you from afar and from the ends of the earth, as swift as the eagle flies.
All right, welcome back once again. Of course, it is Radio Biafra Sadek. My name is Mazi Onoha here from Omowa in Olu province of Biafra land. Let's get straight to it before I open our lines this morning. I want to say just a few words, and of course, I will then go straight to our lines and give us the opportunity this morning to call in and, of course, say what is in our mind. Sometime in 2019, while I was still in Israel, I did preach a message on this platform, Radio Biafra. And the title of that message I preached in 2019 was Biafra, a people marked for systematic extermination. Actually, I did not plan that message. I came on air, and of course, I was led to preach that gospel. Of course, people were dying quite all right, but it is not at this rate. It is not this way. Then, of course, I was really overwhelmed that I began to preach that word, which says Biafra, people marked for systematic extermination. You know, most of us are still expecting war. They are still expecting when bombs should be dropped in Biafra land indiscriminately. Some people are still maybe expecting when, soldiers, armored brigade will be rolled out in Biafra land and begin to shoot on sight, killing everybody in numbers. But what they fail to realize is that The people we are dealing with are not stupid. The people we are dealing with are very, very cunning. They are very, very, very cunning. You don't understand. They know exactly what they are doing. They know that there is no way they are going to kill us the way they killed us in 1967. And of course, the only way they've resolved to kill Biafrans this day is systematically. And that is what is playing out in Biafra land today. I mean, never in my life, in my entire whole life, have I seen blood the way I am seeing it today in Biafra land. Never in my entire life, in my youthful life, in my teenage life, have I seen blood the way I am seeing it today in Biafra land. I don't even know where people are dying more this day. Is it in Biafra land or in the north? Because the way our people are dying today, the way people are being wasted, the way people are being killed in the street of Biafra land, it scares the hell out of me. I say it scares the hell out of me. Sometimes I begin to ask myself, is this the same Biafra land that I know? Is this the same Biafra land of peace and tranquility that I know? You know, we used to say, why are you people bringing the soldiers in Biafra land? Biafra land is a peaceful place. Biafra land is a peaceful area. And now they are trying to turn Biafra land into a bloody land. They are trying to turn Biafra land into a land that flows with blood instead of a land that flows with milk and honey. And of course, we are watching helplessly. We are watching helplessly while they serenade the land of our ancestors with blood. There is no day that will go past you will not hear that somebody is being gunned down in a pool of blood. In a pool of blood. And then have you ever asked yourself, you know, in many places I see people get shot. Even here in South Africa, I see somebody get shot and they die. But when you see people get shot, even here in South Africa or anywhere in the world, you don't see pool of blood. You don't see pool of blood. Have you ever asked yourself, why is it that when people are get shot, people get killed in Biafra land, you see pool of blood? The kind of bullets that these morons use to kill our people is not the average bullet you know. It's not the normal bullet you know. They use the abnormal bullet. They use the oversized bullet. A bullet that when you get shot with it, there is no chances of recovery. You know, people get shot and they get taken to hospital and they get treated and sometimes they survive. Who have you ever heard got shot in Biafra land and was treated and they survived? No. They shoot you, you die right there at the spot in your pool of blood because the bullet is so much that it will destroy every veins and artery in your body. Some get shot in the head, their head will open up. But sometimes, do you know that when you shoot people in the head will not open up, the bullet will penetrate, but their head will not open up. But because of the size and the caliber of the bullet they use against our people right there in Biafra land, because they are out there to shoot to kill. They are out there to make sure when they shoot you, you die and you don't wake up again. Systematic extermination of Biafran people. It is a well-orchestrated act. It is a well-orchestrated act that has been rolled out against Biafran people. We are still waiting when Fulanis will invade our land. We are still waiting when they are going to declare war on Biafra land. Whereas there is no better war than what is happening now. There is no better genocide than what is happening now. The only difference is that this one is systematic. I preach that gospel. And of course, I'm going to look for that audio once again. I did load that audio on IPOB Community Radio. It is called Biafrans, people marked for systematic extermination. And we are busy jumping around, we are busy gossiping, we are busy on Facebook talking rubbish and nonsense while our people are dying, while our percentage is decreasing, while our numbers are shrinking. They know exactly what they are doing. They know how they are going to do it. And yes, they are doing it right. Our leader told us that Fulanis are very patient kind of people. They plan before they execute. And when they execute, they don't go wrong. They don't make mistakes. You know, from the start, when they labeled IPOB, the Indigenous People of Biafra, a terrorist organization, when they proscribed IPOB, most of us don't understand what they are doing. You thought that they are just proscribing IPOB for the sake of it, for the, just for the interest of it. No, they had a master plan. Proscribing IPOB was just the beginning of the end. Proscribing IPOB was just a way to get it off the ground. I don't know if you've heard this for those who speak Igbo. When you want to kill a dog, you name it a bad name. You can call that dog bad name and say, oh, this dog, every time you are peeing everywhere, every time this dog, you are messing up my room, because you are tired of this dog and you want to kill that dog. And you cannot just go and kill a dog without a fight. You cannot just go and kill a dog without labeling that dog. You must label that dog, so that when people ask you, why are you killing this dog, you will say, because it is a bad dog. When you want to kill a dog, you label that dog. That is what they have done with IPOB. That is what they have done with the Indigenous People of Biafra. Now, when they are labeling IPOB, when they are proscribing IPOB, some stupid people, a slave was in our land, they were happy. They were rejoicing. Yes, yeah, IPOB. Even your governors, they were in on it. They all proscribed IPOB. But what they don't understand is this. Fulanis are very smart. Fulanis are smarter than you. You can call them Aboki. You can call them Aboki Mekudi. Aboki me this one. Aboki this one. Aboki. But they are very smart. More smarter than you. Because Britain trained them. Yes, Britain trained them very well. And they are still training them till today. So Fulanis are so smarter than us. I don't even know whether we are smart again, or I don't even know, because they used to say that the Igbos are the most intelligent people on earth. They are the most intelligent people. They keep deceiving you, giving you big names. Yeah, you are the most entrepreneurs, this and that. Wherever you go, you don't see an Igbo man. Pack your things and go. Rubbish. They were using those things to boost your egos. They were using those things to bruise your egos, because they know that we are egoistic set of people. They know that we are so arrogant. They know that we are so, I don't know how to classify our type. They know us very well. They got us figured out. That is why, if you want to do what do I call it? If you want to do a traditional marriage, let me tell you who we are. If you want to do a traditional marriage, and you see one rich man in your community, if you go and invite him, he will not come. No, he will not come. Trust me when I tell you. But for you to get that rich man in your village to come to your traditional marriage, and when he comes, he's going to spend so much money. It's very simple. You go and buy a bottle of Hennessy. Or sometimes you can even buy a carton of beers, but you must get a very expensive alcohol. And you go to his place in the evening with your wife. You go there, hey, you kneel down, you say to him, hey, Nani, we came to thank you and for what you've been doing for our community. And also we want to beg you to come please and grace our occasion. As a matter of fact, we want to make you the chairman of that occasion. He will smile, he will laugh. You have touched his ego. That's a typical Igbo man. You have touched his ego. He will smile and say, no problem, I'm coming. And that day, he will go and wear a very expensive clothes. With his big car, he will arrive because he's the chairman of the occasion. Everybody will see him. These Fulanis, they know that's how we roll. They know that is how we roll. That they have to praise us. They have to tell us everything. And every time they will say, Igbo man is this, Igbo man is entrepreneur, Igbo man is this and that. They are everywhere. We are everywhere. Being everywhere is not a blessing. Being everywhere is a curse, for goodness sake, people. No people are everywhere. No people, no sane people on earth are everywhere. No sane people are everywhere. It is people who are being chased around, people who are being chased away from their home that are everywhere like us. So don't think because we are all over the world makes us something. Don't think because we are all over the world makes us, makes us, how do I put it? Not at all. Not at all. It's a curse on us. Our leader even said it. I will chase you around. I will chase you to all parts of the earth. And you think that because I'm in South Africa, you are in the UK, he is in America, and he's in South Korea, and you are listening from me from Spain, and the other one, where are you, Foreign is listening from me from Poland, and this one is listening from me from there and there. Oh, we are blessed. We are everywhere. We are not blessed. We are cursed. We are cursed with a curse. Being everywhere is not a blessing. Do you understand? We should be at home. We should be at home saving our land, because they are killing our people systematically. They are destroying our land systematically. By the time you come back from wherever it is that you are, everywhere, everything is gone. You are everywhere and you are jumping up. You don't know us. Hey, we're everywhere now. I'm in Japan. He's in Netherlands. Who else is there? Anywhere where you go, you don't see an Igbo man. You know, when I'm using the word Igbo, I'm talking about Biafrans. Anywhere you go, you don't see an Igbo man. Pack your things and go. Rubbish. I said rubbish. Anywhere you go, if there's no Igbo man, pack your things and go. Rubbish. It is not a blessing, it's a curse. Don't think that good things have done for you because you are scattered everywhere. You are scattered everywhere because they want to destroy your home so that you won't have a home to come back to. Our leaders say that they have destroyed the fabrics of our existence. Am I talking to somebody this morning? Am I talking to Biafrans? Our leaders say that they have destroyed the fabrics of our existence. What are the fabrics of our existence? Now, let me educate you, because this is University of Radio Biafra. My goodness me, Mahadum. After the Civil War in 1967, they say, okay, since we cannot kill them all, since we cannot destroy them all, since they are too stubborn that we cannot destroy them all, we try though to eliminate them, to betray them out of this planet Earth. The stubborn Igbo man, the stubborn Biafran. What else can we do? They had a master plan. They had a master plan. Let's stuff them out of fund. Let's steal their money so that they will be wretched and poor, and then they will be working for us. They will be forced to be in HAUSA working for us. They will be forced to be everywhere. It's scavenging. As a matter of fact, they made us scavengers, because what we are doing in overseas, we are scavenging. Because Elohim is merciful, sometimes we scavenge education. Sometimes we scavenge money, but we are scavengers. That's what Fulani has turned us to. That's what British turned us to, scavengers. They say, let's take all their money. And that is why they gave your parents, our fathers, 20 pounds. Do you understand? Do you remember 20 pounds? Does it ring a bell? Does it make sense now? Do you think that Awolowo needed your money? Do you think that Nigerian government needed our money, Biafra money after the war? No, they don't need it. They have more. Oil is there, don't forget. They don't need our money. Remember, they don't need the money. They did it for a purpose. They did it to stiffen us out of fund. They did it so that we can be useless. They did it so that even generations to come will be useless, because there won't be foundation. If you have a child and there is no foundation for that child will become useless. And when he have his own child will be useless. It only takes the hand of God to turn things around. Otherwise, from generation to generation, useless altogether. That's why they took the money. They did not take the money because they need it. Awolowo doesn't need your money at all. The Zoo government does not need our money at all. They did it for a purpose. So when they took the 20 pounds, they know what next. What is going to happen is, because in your family, because some family you will find 9 kids, 10 kids. That is how our parents, they do it. My father had 9. Some even have 12. They know that in that family of 10 children, there is no way on earth your father will be able to train those 12 children. Maybe 5 is boys, 5 are girls. And then you know what he's going to do? He will tell the girls, you're going to get married because there is no money to train you. And they will get married early as possible. My mother got married at the age of 16. My mother got married at the age of 16 years. They will make their children, their daughters get married so quick because there is no money to take care of this full house. Because when you come to that house in the evening, you beat this one over the plate of food. There is fight. People are throwing food at each other. I experience it because I came from a big family. Any day we eat, my goodness me, it's either I will have a torn lips or a blown mouth because there will be boxing flying over a plate of food. That is what they did. And they did it well. They did it well. And then they will turn to the boys and say, okay, there is no money. You are the first son of the family. You need to go to Ugwausa. Because then nobody's talking about Obodo Ibo. Nobody talks about overseas. You need to go to Ugwausa. You need to go to Makurdi. You need to go to Akure. You need to go to Lagos. Go and learn trade. You need to go to Onitsha. Go and learn trade and help me, your father, take care of the family. I cannot do it alone. Maybe that first son of the family is very educated, very intelligent. If he had gone to school, he might be a medical doctor, a lawyer. But what choice does he have? He will now go into trade. And when he finishes, sometimes he settles. Some of them are not settled. Some were settled. And from there, they travel to overseas. Do you see how they begin to chase us away from home? That's why when you go to Biafra land today, there are no men left. Only few men left. Women everywhere, unmarried. Nobody to marry them because the man has been chased away like scavengers all around the world. What am I talking about this morning? I am telling you the way they have set it up. I am telling you how they set us up. We thought it was a blessing for us to run from one country to another. No, it is not a blessing. It is a curse. The day you leave your father's home as the first son of the family and you have not been home for 10 years and you tell me you are blessed? No, you are cursed because you are the first son. Maybe your father is no more. You should be at home taking care of business, but you can't. Because you don't even have money to go back home. So how are you blessed overseas? You are a scavenger. That's what Fulani has turned you into. And you are looking at an example of a scavenger talking to you this morning. You are looking at a typical example of a scavenger talking to you. Mazi, I am a confirmed scavenger. Now let me tell you my story a bit. Because I like to use myself as a case study. It is not good enough me telling you about you. What about me? If I use myself as a case study, maybe you can learn 1 or 2 things from me. I was born into a family of 9 children. I'm the first son. It came to a time when I finished writing my common entrance. I was so looking forward to go to the university. I love education. God is my witness. I'm very intelligent and stubborn as well. You know, between intelligent and stubborn, my father have to choose one because I'm very, very stubborn. I give my father a right for his money. So my father called me one day and sat me down and said to me, Ikechukwu, you see, you are the son and we have so many girls, you know, and you and your 2 brothers. Ikechukwu, by then I've already entered class 1. Are you listening to me this morning? I've already entered class 1 and I was doing well. I joined a secondary school in Onitsha. I was doing well. It was my first time in class 1. They call it JSS 1 now, isn't it? JSS 3, I don't know what they call it these days. But it's class 1 in secondary school. I was doing well. My father called me one morning and sat me down and said, Ikechukwu, you see, men don't go to school. That's what my father told me. Men don't go to school. What men do is when they finish at least primary 6, they go into apprenticeship. It's either you go and learn how to walk or you go and do apprenticeship, learn how to trade. When you are done, they will settle you so that you can come and help me train your sisters. Let them go to school. It is women who go to school, not men. That's what my father told me. I was so devastated. I cried. I shedded tears. It wasn't his fault. It was Fulani's fault. It was British fault, because that was the whole plan. Scatter them. So that they don't amount to anything. They don't go to school, but they will be outside scavenging, working for a white man all over the world, because that's what we do. We go overseas. What do we do overseas? We wash plates. I was in Israel. I washed plates. God help me. My hand was so white. I wash plates. My God, I don't even know if I'm dying or if I'm alive. And I'll be washing that plate, standing up for 10 hours. They will be shouting at me, yalla, 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 make fast. What is wrong with you today? Are you not strong today? They see me as a tree. They see me as a stone. They don't know there's blood that flows in me. As long as I stand up for 10 hours washing that plate, they are happy. He said, I know, Bodo Ibo. We are scavengers. And that is the master plan of the Fulanis and the British. Scatter them all around the world. Make them amount to nothing. Let them scavenge. It will take them 20 years, 30 years. By the time they make money, they're already 70 years old. Some would prefer to die, wherever it is that they are, than to go back home. And some of them are even the first son. Their kingdom is waiting for them. Their father's dynasty is waiting for them. They are the first son to take over. Their father is dead. Their father is dead long ago. Their father's brother is still in their land. Nobody to question him, because the first son is far away in England. The first son is far away in the US, eating burger. So my father told me, no, I have to quit school. And you know how it works those days? You need to take your locker to school. And then, of course, if you finish, you have to bring back your locker when you're done with school. Like when you're done with class 5, you go and bring back your locker. My father said, I have to go and bring back my locker. And that is the worst part of it. That is the most shameful part of it, because now fellow students will see you carry your locker, leaving school, showing them that there is no money at home, showing them that I am from the poorest of the poorest. I cannot afford education. I don't know what to do. And I have to do it during the school days, during the school hour. I cannot go to school in the night to take my locker, because they won't let me. So I pick up courage. I went to school. I picked my locker. The whole teachers were so upset. They said, no, you are not going. You are going to meet your father, because they know I am so educated. Ikechu is so intelligent. When it comes to literature, oral reading, my goodness me, I will stand up. I will read the book of Oliver Twist without looking at the book. I said, I will read Oliver Twist without looking at the book. That is how intelligent I am. And if you think I am joking, I can read for you the first page of Oliver Twist. Among other buildings in a certain town, there is a house meant for poor people. They go there when they are sick or have no money. Oliver Twist was born there. Her mother, an old woman, looking sick, she said, let me see the child and die. And he said to her, you should not talk about dying yet. What am I reading? Oliver Twist. That is how intelligent I was in school those days. The teachers were crying. I picked my locker. From Modebe to where we live in Sinai Street. I was walking home, I was crying. The first son of his father, the first son of the family. A guy who might end up being something powerful. But this dream and vision has been cut, short-lived, because of Fulani and Britain. Because this is what they meant for me. This is how they want me to end up. Because they know if I continue and become something big, then of course there will be great minds who will come together one day to ask them for Biafra. So I take my locker and I was moving back, going home, crying on the street. Everyone was looking at me. Some people still talk about it today. It was epic. A young boy with his school locker, and they know what it meant. No more education. The family can't afford education. Then I took that locker, I got home, I dropped my locker. Now it's time for them to take me to where to go and do apprenticeship. My goodness me. Now this is the beginning of my problems in life. They take me to this master. He doesn't want me because I'm so stubborn. They move me to this one. They move me to many houses. I lived in many people. My goodness me. This one who said, no, I don't want him. He's so stubborn. This one who said, no, I want people from the village. This one is born in Onitsha. He's very, very rough. And A lot of stories until my father doesn't know what to do. He take me, okay, now you go and learn how to make shoes. Since nobody wants to take you as boy. I went and learned how to do shoes. Why am I telling you all these things? Why am I telling you about me? Why am I using myself as a case study? I want to tell you how they destroyed the fabric of our existence, how they destroyed our family union, how they destroyed Biafran's family foundation, how they made sure at the age of 20, you cannot sit around with your family. Some of us left at the age of 20, some left at the age of 26. Till today, we are far away from families. Most of your brothers and sisters have died. Some of them are married away. You've never seen them. That is what Fulani did. That is what Britain did. It was planned, well orchestrated, and that plan is still on as I'm talking to you today, but it has moved to another level. Systematic extermination. And I will tell you why it's changed to systematic extermination. I'm coming to that. If you will be patient for me this morning, I never meant to go this far, but I had to explain to you, Biafrans, the demon we are facing, because some of you are relaxed. Some of you are relaxed. You are so relaxed that you don't understand what time it is. And that's why Mazi Nnamdi Kanu said this to you. Listen to what he said to you, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Just listen.
Understand what we are fighting. We must make it very, very clear that we are in a struggle for liberation. There is no democracy in a revolution. We are in a perpetual state of a revolution. There is no democracy. We are a quasi-military organization, not in terms of our outlook or pursuit of what we believe in, but in terms of how we are structured. It is called command and control. That is why we are the highest, the largest mass movement in the world. When Biafra comes, you can do all the democracy in your life that you want. There are a lot of things that we are doing that we cannot tell you. When we tell you sometimes, oh, then why are you telling us? You don't have to tell us. But when we don't tell you, you also complain. Oh, why haven't you told us? So we cannot win. If you take them up, they say, you know, Swabeke is the dead body of a white court mine those days. White colonialists. Not this district commissioner. Take him up, you say no. Bring him down, you say no.
Do you understand what he's talking about? The man that knows tomorrow, the man that sees tomorrow, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, do you understand what he's talking about? He knows where we are coming from. He knows that the fabric of our existence has been destroyed completely. He knows what family, Fulani and Britain, he planned for us. He knows, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, he's a victim. He's a victim of the so-called scavengers. Even though he is from a rich family, even though he is a prince, but yet, he was outside. Why did Mazi Nnamdi Kanu go to the UK? He went to the UK because he cannot get good education in the zoo. Remember, he went to Nsukka first, but he could not get what he wants because he's a Biafran. They destroyed the fabrics of our existence. And from that, they scattered us all around the world and made us scavengers today. Don't tell me you are in Spain. Don't tell me you are in the UK. Don't tell me you are in South Korea. Don't tell me you are in Japan. If I ask you now to give me $1,000, you can't. No, you can't. Not because you don't want, but you don't have it. And you've been there for 20 years. My goodness me. But you can't give me $1,000. Because you don't have it. It's a fact of life. You are struggling in Japan. You are struggling in Spain. You are struggling in the UK, in the US. And when they ask you, come, let's get Biafra, let's get freedom, you want to fight. You want factionism. You are talking rubbish. You are talking nonsense. As if you are happy in being in the UK for 20 years. My goodness me. What kind of people are we? Are you not tired of being a scavenger? Are you not tired of suffering? Don't you want to come back home? Don't you want to come and smell your father's home? Don't you want to come and see the wreckage in your father's compound? Don't you want to come back and see how people are laughing at your father's compound? The only way to do that is for you to know that you are a military. You are not an ordinary person. That you are not in a democracy yet. That you are fighting. You are fighting. That the people you are fighting, the monsters you are fighting, my goodness me, they are great. These guys are so cunning. That's the word I use. They are so cunning. Did you see how they brainwashed all your governors and turned Biafra land into a war zone, and turned Biafra land into a pool of blood? My goodness me, I've never seen something like that. When I was growing up, when they say to us, there is a dead body in Bida Road, we avoid Bida Road. We don't even cross Bida Road. It is a big deal. Everybody is saying, my goodness me, there is a dead body in Bida Road. It is a big deal. It's a big deal to announce that there is a dead body in Bida Road. Nobody even go closer. But today, dead body is like nothing. Today, dead bodies are like a way of life in Biafra land. Kids of 15 years are running around a dead body. When somebody dies in your compound, do you come out? I'm asking you, the grown-ups now, the adults now. When somebody die in your yard where you live, do you come out? You are afraid to see a dead body. But today, they have made it so easy that even our kids are not afraid of dead body. Do you know what it's doing to our children? It's turning them into a monster. Do you know that? Seeing a dead body, pool of blood, without remorse, it turns our children into a future monster. Do you know that? Because our child can pick up a knife tomorrow and stab another child to death. It's not a big deal. He just died. He's just died. Killing has become a way of life in Biafra land. This is what the Fulani wants. If we cannot engage them in another war, if we cannot kill them again and wipe them away, which we cannot do because the world is so civilized, they won't even let us do it. Why don't we kill them systematically? Killing me softly, surely, steady, slowly, and they are dying and they are decreasing. We are wiping them away from the face of the earth. They are going. Before you know it, the men are dead. The youth who are supposed to fight, they are nowhere to be found but 6 feet under. Some are being scattered in the wilderness. We don't even know where their bodies are. This is the master plan. This is the master plan of Fulani. This is the master plan of Fulani. Fulani are so patient that they waited for the Hausas until they conquer Hausa. They are so patient. They waited for the Yorubas until they take some landmarks from the Yorubas. Why wouldn't they be so patient for the greatest of them all, the Biafra nation? Why wouldn't they be so patient until they take over? My goodness me, they are almost there. They are almost there. Ebonyi is gone. Ebonyi State is gone. You know that for sure. Anambra is now on the card. Anambra is for taking. Imo State, I don't even know if Imo State is like it's almost gone. They are taking it. They are taking it gradually. They are taking it. They are taking it gradually. And me and you, we are watching. We are talking. We are gossiping. We are skinnering. We are shouting on Facebook. They are taking our land gradually but surely. And hell yeah, they are taking our land and they will take it. You can shout and say, no, they won't. What are you going to do about it? That's the question. That's the $1 million question. What are you going to do about it? They're not going to take it. What are you going to do? Because even today, people are being gunned down indiscriminatively. They are shooting, they are killing our people. I saw the one that made me cry last night. A small boy was gunned down in his pool of blood. I don't know for my life what that boy could have done. A small boy was gunned down and the sister was crying. In the pool of blood by the military, by the zoo soldiers. Systematic extermination. There goes another scientist. There goes another Biafran doctor. There goes another Biafran engineer. Gone down, gone forever. You will never see him again. Is it not time for us to come together? Is it not time for us to face the common enemy? Is it not time for us to throw away those Igbo man egoists? Throw away that Igbo man ego. Our ego is too much. It is too much. Who are you? You are nothing but dust. You are just dust. You are nobody. You are dust. That's what you are. Can we throw that ego aside for once and fight for our life. Because what we are fighting now is no longer for freedom. We are fighting for our life. We are no longer fighting for freedom, for your information. We are fighting for our life. Because it's only somebody who is alive that will fight for freedom. If I ask you to go back to your father's compound from the UK, from Spain, from Poland, from Germany, would you? From South Africa, if I ask you to go back home, would you? Would you dare? Would you dare? I went home to go and bury my mother. Can you imagine? My own brothers and sisters called me and said, you know what they say to me? Are you out of your mind? Are you crazy? Are you stupid? I felt offended. I went to bury my mother as the first son. They say, can you imagine? It has gotten to that. It has gotten to that I, the first son of the family, cannot go home. That is how terrible it is. It is easy to talk here in South Africa. It is easy for me to talk to you here in South Africa freely. It is easy for you to talk back at me from wherever it is that you are. But it's not easy for me and you to go home and talk. No, not at all. And that is why God is going to kill any man, any woman, and their family and their generation, born and unborn, who dare try to destroy what we are doing, because our lives depends on it. You see what we are doing? Our life depends on it. I can kill you. I will commit murder if you try to destroy what we are doing, because this is my life. I have no other hope. I have no other hope than this. Not just my life, but the life of my children, the life of my unborn children. And you want to mess with it? I will commit murder in the first degree. I swear by my father's grave, I will kill you. For me to allow you to destroy this. Do you understand? I've labored. I was telling you about myself. I was telling you my story. I did everything. I did everything possible. At the end of the day, here I am in South Africa, Israel, all over the world, scavenging. That is the final title of a Biafran. Whatever it is that you do in Biafra, and when you are done, you go overseas and scavenge. God knows for how long you're going to be there. If Biafra don't come, some will even die in a foreign land and their body not brought back home if Biafra don't come. Do you understand? Do you understand? You wake up in the morning, you walk in a street of a white man. They look at you, they are so upset, they are angry, they can't understand for the life of them what the hell you are doing in their country. They want you out, they want you gone. But because of civilization, because of democracy, they can't tell you in your face, but they hate you with all passion. Do you know that? When have you sat down with a white man, wherever it is that you are, and have a decent conversation, lengthy conversation? The only conversation you have with white people is, hey, how's it, man? Hey, done, gone, he's gone, you're gone. Because it doesn't value you. Nobody values you if you are not in your country. Nobody values you if you leave your country and come to their country. Trust me, they don't value you. What the hell are you doing in my country? That is the question they keep asking themselves every time. They've approached me and said to me, Ike, when are you going back home? This is the question they ask me. When are you going back home? Now, I can't get upset with such a question. It is a decent question because they don't understand why I should abandon my own country and come to their own country. Does it mean I don't have a country? This is what Fulani planned for us. This is what they intended for us. And they've succeeded on that one. We are all gone, scavenging all over the world. And to us, we are happy. We are all over the world. And that is why Mazi Nnamdi Kanu said this. Listen to what Mazi Nnamdi Kanu said. For those of you who are jumping up and down because they are in overseas,
in hunger and in thirst, in nakedness and in need of everything, and I will put a yoke of iron upon your neck. I will destroy you completely. A nation will come against you from afar and from the ends of the earth, as swift as the eagle flies, and they will devour you. A nation whose language, English, you will not understand. They will destroy you completely. Is your language originally English? But I am the Lord your God. I will destroy you, that even your language will no longer know it. So says the Lord of hosts. A nation of first countenance which does not respect the elderly, nor show favor to the young. Like the British, they will come after you, they will decimate you, and they will destroy you. They will not give a damn about your old. They will eat your livestock and produce and leave you none. Everything you have, they are bound to take, and you will have nothing. You will be plucked off from your land which you go to possess. Even your own land, they will take away from it and then take it from you. We are banned from even our own land, isn't it? Why is it that they will tell you, if you want to come to your land, you have to go through Lagos and through Kanu and Abuja? You can't even come into your own land. They want to discourage you from going back to the land of your ancestors. This is the funniest one. You will be scattered amongst all people, from one end of the earth to another. I will scatter you. Not even among nations, but among people. That is why wherever you go to, won't you find Biafrans there? It's a curse.
Did you hear that? Wherever you go, you will find Biafrans there. And it's a curse. For you, it's a blessing. I am sick and tired of people shouting, oh, we are everywhere. Everywhere you go, you don't see any Biafran man there. Pack your things and go. And I say rubbish. It's a curse.
It's a curse. I will scatter you. Not even among people, ordinary people. Wherever there are people, you must be there. It's a curse I've placed upon you. There are some in China, they no longer go back home. And people are very happy living in other people's country because you have no shame. When I used to live in England, I used to feel ashamed all the time. I will go to look for a job that I know I am more than qualified to do. They will say, oh, due to one reason or the other, they will employ a white person. And somebody will say to me, why don't you write and protest? I say, no, I won't. It's not my country. Anything they like, they can do. Because we lack sense of pride and honor. I will scatter you amongst the peoples of the world. You were taken from everywhere to everywhere, and today you are worth nothing. And there you will bow before wooden gods that neither your ancestors have known. The God you were taught to know and love by white people is not the same Chukwuabiama you once worshipped. Everything now is pure rubbish. And I said I will preach this gospel. You know me, I preach the truth.
My goodness me, my people perish because of lack of knowledge. As I'm talking to you, I'm reading this post from Ebuka Samuel on Facebook Live. Just listen to what a child of Biafran is saying. Just listen, and then you know exactly what is our problem. Ebuka Samuel said, but right now, we are the richest people in that zoological republic. Go to Lagos. Yorubas have sold everything they have to Igbos. Abuja too belong to Igbos right now, according to Erufai. Do you hear what somebody's saying? Are you listening to this man? Are you listening to this man? He's talking about people's land. He's not talking about his own land. He's bragging that he owns Lagos. He's bragging that he owns Abuja. Who did this to us? Who did this to us? Who did this to us? Look at what somebody's saying. That they own Lagos. That the Yorubas are selling everything to them. And then they own Abuja. Mbiarambia onenwala. I'm asking, Mbiarambia onenwala. Isn't that the same thing that happened in Port Harcourt when they declared abandoned property and stole all our things? Till today, did we get it back? Are you telling me because Yoruba sold all their property to you, Ebuka Samuel in Lagos, now you own Lagos? You are now a Lagosian. And now Abuja belongs to you. May God have mercy on us. May God have mercy on Biafrans. I tell you, if Biafra doesn't come soon, quicker, I don't know what will become of our generation. If Biafra don't come today, I don't know what will become of our generation. I pray that Elohim will release our leader. grant him freedom, that he will be out as soon as possible. If there is any time we need Biafra, it is now. N'ihi na gịnị arịrị egbuola anyị, arịrị egbuola otu nwa, arịrị egbuola Biafrans. We have paid the price. We have paid, and we are still paying in the pool of our blood. Now it is wealth. It is systematic extermination of Biafran people in their own land, in their pool of blood. My goodness me, when will it stop? Systematic extermination. That is what Fulani and Britain planned for us. And they are doing it right. They are doing it right. Let me stop here. I really will them.
Thank you, black man. Freedom time. Listen, got this song that for me story, for me heroes day. Go right. Biafra freedom. Papa, where are you? You walk with the cabia, mother, walk it. Amra chanye lo wabia kwagere lele na wuga mola no wa bachale bolo no go wa ojumo wa mo arede bola no me amra chanye lo wabia kwagere wo jano I say jano supreme leader ya children I say yeah remember when me sing in a me Sunday ma I say me say what type of freedom I say remember when me hold in a me body like Rastaman I got injury time I say heaven come down that glory come fill up my soul because when at my cross my savior come
ọ dịghị ihe bishọp hụrụ ya kwụ ọsọ ụgwọ ndị ọcha kpọrọ Afrịka na ọ dịghị mma kpọmkwem. Bishọp ọ bụghị naanị ndị Afrịka ka ndị ọcha kpọrọ ụgwọ ndị Fulani na Naịjirịa kpọrọ ụmụ Biafra na Biafra niile na ihe banyere Biafra adịghị mma. Ya mere anyị onwe anyị bụ ndị nwe Biafra na ala Biafra, ndị kpọpụta obie, ndị bụ nwa afọ Biafra bụ the Indigenous People of Biafra IPOB n'okpuru onye ndu anyị eji eme ọnụ, eji aga mba ọhamadike nke izizi n'ala Biafra bụ Mazi Nnamdi Kanu ji ohere a na-ekwupụta ya sị na agaghị enwekwa ihe ọbụla bụ Fulani nnama ndị Fulani egwu ha, atụrụ ha na ala Biafra malite n'abalị 7 nke ọnwa 4 n'afọ 2022. ya mere n'abalị 8 nke ọnwa 10 a anyị nọ n'ime ya bụ Ọktoba ruo n'abalị 7 nke ọnwa 4 n'afọ 2022. nwanne, were ohere a kpakọ ihe niile ọnụ, chịkọta onwe gị. agaghị enwekwa nnama n'ala Biafra bụ nnama ndị Fulani. dọrọ aka na ntị ụmụnne anyị ndị na-ere nnama, ndị na-egbu egbu, ndị na-ata kpọmọ, ndị na-ata shaki, ndị na-ata kirishi, ndị na-ata ihe ọbụla ha na-ata. ị na-ata dodo orima, ị na-ata dodo ya, ịtacha gị dọrọ ya kashịa, ị na-akụ unyo. agaghị enwe ya. ndị na-ere ere, ndị na-egbu nnama, unu kpara anyị ehi Igbo, kpara anyị atụrụ, kpara anyị ọkụkọ ka anyị, kpara anyị efi Igbo ma ọ bụrụ ndị Anambra be anyị, kpara anyị ewu Igbo, nwamkpi Igbo bụ ya gafee ya n'isi ya ke ndị nna nna anyị ha na nna anyị ha kpara, rie ya ahụ edo anyị. ọ bụkwaghị nnama ndị Fulani ha na-edina ya na-amụ ihe dị iche iche, ha were ya mechaa sakrịfaịsị, chụchaa aja, ha ebutere anyị na-asụ n'ọnụ, na-eri, na-anwụ, isi na-aghasa anyị, ụvụrụ na-aghasa anyị, anyị amaghị ebe ihe mere anyị isi. ị na-akụ elu, ndị ọzọ na-akụ ala, ị na-akụ etiti, ndị ọzọ na-aghasa aghasa n'ihi ihe anyị tatara na nnama na egwu na ihe niile banyere ndị Fulani. ya mere site n'abalị 8 nke ọnwa 10 bụ 2021 ruo n'abalị 7 nke ọnwa 4 n'afọ 2022 bụ kpọmkwem ọnwa 6 anyị nyere unu were zụwara anyị efe Igbo, wepụta nke anyị, n'ihi na nke anyị bụ nke anyị. rue na ihe ọbụla bụ nke anyị bụ ihe ụtọ. ọ bụ nnama chụlara okporoko, chụla azụ, chụla ihe niile dị iche iche ndị anyị na-eri, chụla ọkụkọ Igbo. onwe onye nwe mkpuka, onye nwekwere ụlọ ọkpa ewu. ka anyị laghachitenu na ejirimara anyị nwere originality. let's come back to our originality, n'ihi na anyanwụ ahụ awawala ọzọkwa. ka anyị gwakwa unu, onye ọbụla ka tinyere Nigerian flag na moto ya, n'ụlọ na keke na ọbụ ndị politishan ọbụ ndị ihe ọbụla ndị skuulu ahụ kwechirinụ na ha agaghị ege ntị maọbụ ndị bankị onenye na onwe unu nsogbu onye ji aka ya kpata nkụ ahụhụ si ngwere pụtara ya ọrụ ngwere gakwa ịpụtara gị ọrụ maka adịghị ama anyị ji ohere a na-enye onye ọbụla gị iwu maka na anyị na-ahụ ihe niile na anyị gbachiri nkịta abụọ na anyị amaghị ama mana oge ga-abịa mgbe nwada ga-afụ ama nkwa nwada afọ ama nkwa ozi nna ya ihe ọ gbatara na-ese dọrọ aka na ntị anyị jụ ekwensu anyị ajụọla ya niile ị gaghị ajụ ekwensu ji dọọlụ ya flag Naijiria bụ ọla ekwensu Nnamdi Fulani bụkwa ọla ekwensu na mkpụrụ ya ajụrụ otu nwoke ijụla ekwensu na ọla ya esola otu ya jikwa na ajụ ekwensu na ọla ya ebe nwunye ya bụ ekwensu ụmụ ya bụrụ mkpụrụ ya na ọla ya niile ị hụla na ya na ị ga-ajụ ihe niile banyere Fulani n'ihi na Naijiria bụ ekwensu Fulani abụrụla ya niile ka ị nwere onwe gị a na-ekwuokwala ya ọzọ ọ maara asụ sụọ n'ikwe ọ maghị asụ sụọ n'apata nke ị sụtara gị were a na-ekwukwala ya maka na nkụ dị na mba na-eghere mba anyị nke a bụ nke anyị
Kaki no be leather. Originality. Where's B? Hey. Now we own the society.
Wow! We, the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, under the leadership of our charismatic and indefatigable leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, they give this order again. Say, make every zoo Nigerian flag where there for any establishment be removed with immediate alacrity. Whether now for motor, office, school, church, bank, keke, motorcycle, everywhere, even for politicians' car or political cars, everywhere must be removed with immediate alacrity. All the schools where they do strong head, we know una, and we they look una face, they follow una for back. Person wey put hand for water, wey crocodile dey make shakara, waiting a day fine. Na palaba, and they must catch am. Two was not play for it. We they also they ask, plead, beg our people where they into cow business, cattle business, goat business, fowl business, and every animalistic animality to start rearing our native cows. Efibu, our native goat, our native cock. Get your chicken house, get your goat house. Prepare from 8th of October 2021. Go reach April 7th, 2022. 6 months, you prepare yourself to bring our own into market. From that 7th, everything about Fulani cow, Fulani goat, Fulani fowl, everything about Fulani no go appear for Biafra land again. If we begin to rear our own, we be a hero, which our forefathers and our fathers do very well. For all this Fulani cow meat, where then they sleep, romance, have sex, do ritual with, after then go come sell them to us. You never ask yourself, say, why it be say Fulani know they eat cow meat, they know they eat cow suya. Now only ram then they eat. Now you go chocolate suya, chocolate kanda, chocolate pomo, chocolate nkwobi, chocolate everything, and after that you come they do it beribi. Nzuzu. You know they ask yourself something. So therefore, from 8th of October 2021, this month where we dey till 7th of April 2022, then be complete 6 months. So we want make una use and rear our own cow, and after that day 7th of April 2022, no more Fulani cow meat, no more Fulani cow again in Biafra land, no more their goat. We no go use them for burial ceremony, for gift, for chieftaincy, for fala, for whatever you fit, for suya, for osikwan osigi. That one go be abomination and taboo. If we catch you, if you try am, one day no be person go tell you wetin you go see. Therefore, we dey ask you to do the needful now, because anyị jụ ekwensu anyị ajụọla. If we reject Satan, we must reject him work, because in work they evil. Fulani na Satan, and all this their cow and every other thing na them pikin. We must reject them, reject everything. We dey bring this one to your notice, make a hear am, because nothing better pass our own. Awe Igbo, ewu Igbo nwampi nunu, ogefe, the smell go dey touch your nose. Now the kind one where we want to eat, where they tasty, the aroma they do me for nose, and your throat go they call you for chocolate time, which you must. We not go tell you this thing again. If you have ear, make it hear. From 8th of October 2021 go reach April 7th 2022. Na grace period be that. After 7th of April 2022, no more Fulani meat. For that day, for 7th, na the expiration of Fulani cow meat, Fulani goat meat, Fulani whatever. If we see them, one day you go join them for wherever they are. This message now from the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, the owners of the land, under the leadership of our charismatic and indefatigable leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, Umemerezu, Amadio Hankizi, Nala Biafra. Honor, tell others. Nasu Ibi.
Where's B? Now we own the society.
Wonderful welcome. First, I'd like to send my greetings to all the people of Nigeria. I've been treated with unexcelled hospitality and generosity. So I want to express those sentiments to feel welcomed from the United States. Before I arrived in Abuja, I spent some time in Geneva, where there's a working group on arbitrary detention. It's a 5-member group that's a unit of the United Nations Human Rights Council, and it entertains applications on behalf of persons who have been arbitrarily detained under international law. I submitted an urgent action application on behalf of Nnamdi Kanu, identifying all of the elements of arbitrariness in his current detention, including, for example, his denial of access to counsel, which is triggered the moment he is detained. And so you've all heard from Ejiofor that he was denied counsel even when he was first brought into court. But that's not the only denial of detention rights. It seems quite clear, based upon the history of his detention and the struggle for Biafrans through peaceful means to secure a separate sovereignty, that he was singled out because of his ethnicity, his membership in the Biafran community, which is a discrimination prohibited specifically under international law and indeed also under the Nigerian Constitution. If you read the counts in the complaint, now 7, they come at the 11th hour, which is quite irregular. Ordinarily you accuse someone before a few days before a trial. They consist of activities that are commonplace for all sorts of Nigerians. And why is Nnamdi Kanu the only one charged with such extravagant crimes as treason, levying war against Nigeria? But in addition to those violations of international law, the fact that he was kidnapped, he was tortured, he was extraordinarily renditioned to Nigeria without any due process of law is also illustrative of the arbitrariness of his detention. And you can think of the irregularity by contemplating the following. At the time that he was delivered from Kenya to Nigeria, he had not even been charged with 4 of the 7 counts that are now laid against him, that were not advanced and articulated until last week. He couldn't possibly have been extradited even before legal means. Under the urgent action process in the working group, the Nigerian foreign minister was immediately notified of the allegations in our complaint. In an ordinary case, there's 60-day response time, but because there's a jeopardy to Nnamdi Kanu's health, including the lack of access to professional medical care, it's on a fast track. If the foreign minister responds, and at present he is not, then I will be permitted an opportunity to answer. But the working group is endowed with authority to make final definitive pronouncements on international law. And the Nigerian government is a signatory to the critical documents, the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which bind the government of Nigeria to adherence, and a pronouncement by the working group of arbitrary detention would be a critical weakness in the movement for even a trial for someone who has been illegally captured and delivered. It is a fundamental principle, a universal principle of law, domestic and international, that the government should not be able to profit from its own wrongdoing or criminality. And if you permit governments to kidnap and torture and then try persons illegally, you're then emboldening governments to serve as kind of vigilante justice, running around all the world, capturing any of their dissidents with no due process and bringing them back to trial. After I completed my work in Geneva, then I traveled to Athens. I am working with the foreign ministries of Greece and Israel. I didn't get to Israel because of some glitch in COVID-19, but I hope to travel there after this Abuja visit terminates, to sue the government of Nigeria in the International Court of Justice that sits in The Hague. The International Court of Justice is not like the International Criminal Court. The International Court of Justice only entertains suits between nations. Most recently, in a case very similar to the one concerning Nigeria, the Gambia sued Myanmar in the International Court of Justice for genocide against the Rohingya, and they won early court battles. So the nations bringing suit don't necessarily have to be the ones suffering from the wrongdoing. And the International Court of Justice has a history of trying genocide cases, stemming back to the wars that erupted after Yugoslavia disintegrated, Serbia, Croatia, Bosnia, Herzegovina. There are 9-year terms for 15 members of the High Court that sits in the International Court of Justice, but we think this is important to have a platform that exposes the daily horrors and atrocities that are inflicted on peaceful civilians in the Southeast. I want to underscore that this issue of the upheavals and strife in Nigeria are not intended to point one group against another. The idea is to make everybody better off. There's not enmity, there shouldn't be enmity between the Fulani, the Biafrans, the Yoruba. We can work towards a process where everybody in the long run benefits. And I think one of the models that can be utilized in terms of peaceful way in which to reorganize the Nigerian dispensation that benefits all is Czechoslovakia. After the Cold War ended, the Czechs and Slovaks were all under one umbrella, Czechoslovakia. But they decided they simply had different histories, different ethoses, and they needed to separate peacefully, which they did. Separated the assets and the liabilities and whatever. So there's no reason why there has to be violence, even if there is a change in the structure of Nigeria. And I want to conclude by welcoming everyone who's in attendance here, and this the wonderful legal team that Nnamdi Kanu has put together. I'm proud to be a part of.
Good morning, wonderful people, great Biafrans, wherever you are on the face of this planet Earth. Once again, we welcome you to this live presentation this early morning. Today's date is the 28th day of October in the year of our Most High Elohim 2020. The time now is 4 minutes past 7 a.m. in the land of Biafra. And by the same number of minutes, past the top of the hour, regardless of where you are domiciled. We are live and we are direct, and Chukwu Okike Abiyama is our Redeemer. We come to you this very morning with our gospel of redemption, a gospel of hope, a gospel of liberation, and a gospel of revolution. My name is Nnamdi Kanu. I am the leader of the largest mass movement on the face of this very planet Earth right now, the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB for short. I am also the director of radio Biafra and Biafra television, and by the very special grace of the Most High Elohim, a servant of the wonderful people of Biafra. And I also have a new role now, a servant of the brave youths of Nigeria. As it is customary for us to do on this platform, we are going to pray. And after our prayers, we shall delve into our lectures and our presentation this very morning, after which our lines will be opened, and I will take some of your calls. As I welcome you this morning, welcome other people as well who are close to you. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night to some of you. And let us pray. When Yeshua was asked, Rabbi, teach us how to pray, he stood up, looked up towards the heavens, and gave every praise to the Most High, because even Jesus himself realized there is none like Elohim in heaven. Pray then like this, he said, Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our sins as we forgive those who sin against us. And please lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For yours is the kingdom, the power and the glory, forever and ever. He said, that was the prayer of Jesus Christ to the Most High, when they asked him, teach us how to pray. And that was how he prayed. Every adoration belongs to God Almighty in heaven. Every glory is his. And we are maintaining that tradition, the tradition of the ancients, here this very morning, by praying accordingly to God Almighty in heaven, as even Jesus Christ himself did. We are live and we are direct, and God is in heaven presiding, and mankind is on this very earth, even bearing us witness. I got up this morning to this very news. I didn't quite know if I'm to believe it or not. But apparently it is believable. It is true. Leave IPOB alone and go after headsmen killing people in River State. Chibika Mechi tells Yesom Wike. These are two Igbo men in Igbo Cha, which is Igbo territory, Igbo land. Both of them have spent years serving the Fulani Janjaweed in the north, as it is now customary for most of our political leaders to do. One of them was responsible for bringing into power an aging, diseased, brutal tyrant. Chibuike Amechi used the money belonging to River State to bring in Buhari into power. The other one, we are told, was fighting the Fulani Janjaweed by mouth in the open on television. But in actual fact, he is a worse slave than Chibuike Amechi. At least Chibuike Amechi speaks his mind. I respect him for that. He is not seeking to be politically correct. I don't know if it is as an act of repentance or political expediency, but recently he appears to be making a lot of sense. Or maybe because he knows his master Buhari is dead long time ago. Leave IPOB alone. If they tell you in this world that Chibuike Amechi will rise up, of course, I'm not saying to speak in favor of IPOB, but to offer what I call a common sense solution to the madness that is just a week, I won't believe it. Over the years, we have been on this very platform shredding and letting the whole world know what an evil, terrible beast Chibuike Amechi is for financing the campaign of Buhari in 2015 and ever since. We have been here defending Wike. I defended Wike. I campaigned for him in 2015. We campaigned for him in 2019. IPOB family in Iguacha. We came out and we voted for him. We queued up to make sure that we defended his mandate. And some IPOB family members were lost in the process of defending Wike's mandate. Today, Wike has turned to our oppressors and has now become the oppressor of the people of Biafra. And the man we thought was the reincarnation of Janjaweedism in our land appears to be making a little bit of sense. Leave IPOB alone. The former governor of River State, Chibuike Amechi, an Igbo man, Chibuike Amechi, Igbo man, IGBO, has faulted the order issued by he's not a governor, Nyesom Wike, an Igbo man, but now a full-time Fulani slave, even worse than Amechi. Leave IPOB alone. Chibuike Amechi has faulted the order issued by Wike against family members of the indigenous people of Biafra in Iguacha, which they call Port Harcourt and River State. River State, what a useless, ridiculous name. Given to them by Gowon. Given to them by Gowon, courtesy of the British, to take away our original name, to confuse us and to deceive us. Iguacha is now Port Harcourt, named after a white child rapist, an English child rapist, Viscount Harcourt. A child rapist. He rapes children. He died alone and a disgrace. The name that you're bearing, Port Harcourt, is the name that is cursed in England, because his favorite is little boys. He likes to rape little boys between the ages of 6 and 14. That is the name you're answering, Port Harcourt. These UG black people, as idiotic as ever. A name that is not in England. A name that brings derision. a name that when you mention it in the royal courts in England, people will think you're insane. That is the name you're answering. Port Harcourt. The name of a pedophile. A pedophile. A diseased, a mentally unstable pedophile. That is the name you're answering. Port Harcourt. Rivers. What does it mean in Ogoni language? Nobody knows. What does it mean in Ijaw language? Do you know? What does it mean in Igbo language? Nothing. I hope you're following. Port Harcourt. What is there in a name? You may ask. No wonder they produce one idiotic governor to the other serving the Fulani Janjaweed. Because of the name they have agreed to answer. The name Rivers was given to you by Gowon on the advice of the British. The name of the place is Iguacha, and as soon as Biafra is restored, that will be the name. Iguacha, that is the name. There is Igwenga, Opobo, and Iguacha, which is Port Harcourt. For your information, if you don't know, go and research it. These are Igbo territories. And so shall it be forever and ever. Fulani can try all they like. You can replace one idiotic governor with another. That is the name is going to bear. Igwenga will be restored, and Iguacha will be restored. That is the name. Wike on Monday charged the 23 local government chairmen and youths in the state to fish out IPOB family members. The idiot doesn't know that the local government chairmen and the youths in the state are also IPOB. He doesn't even know that he himself is an indigenous person of Biafra, making him also IPOB because he wants to impress the Fulani so that Tambuwal can pick him as vice presidential candidate. Chibika Amechi is the Minister of Transport. He faulted Wike's actions when he spoke in Abuja yesterday. He asked the governor to focus on the real problem in Iguacha and leave IPOB alone. Do you know what Chibika Amechi, who is a full-time Fulani servant, said? You know, sometimes they come to their senses. This was the man who only last week said that the so-called South-South and South-East should come together as one. People are coming back to their senses. But instead, Daily Trust, that is a Fulani newspaper, and some ethnic jingoists in Yoruba land, like Femi Falana, and some perennial idiots and slaves in the east, like Nyawodo. They ganged up to encourage Nyesom Wike to make a complete and total fool of himself. Let me tell you what Chibika Amechi said in his own words. It is very funny that Wike has decided to leave his administrative works to arrest and kill innocent people of Obibo in River State. Innocent people of Obibo he is killing in River State. What have Wike done for Obibo people since he took over as governor of River State? A question I would like Wike to answer. The little Hitler. You know, I hate Igbo governors. From Ifan Yokowa to Ibazu to Wike. They're all Igbo. Delta, Rivers, Abia. Ebonyi, Imo, Anambra, Enugu, even Cross River. They are Igbo, IGBO, Makadi Amama, Igbo. But now, this very day, because of the animosity and the venom in the voice and face of Wike, because Wike wants to bring division into our land, the Southeast governors were very hopeless. At least they said they have proscribed IPOB. They never asked anybody to go after their own brothers or their own sisters. What Wike is saying is that a brother can go after a brother, a sister can go after a sister, but meanwhile Fulani is busy raping, pillaging, and killing our people. Wike, what have you done for Obibo? And you know the funniest thing? A few days ago, when the madman Wike was making the noise that we have now come to expect him to make all the time when he's serving his masters, his Janjaweed masters, he referred to Obibo as Oyibo, O-Y, instead of O-B. And he is an Igbo man. Ikwere people are Igbo people. And they know it. Everybody knows it. But because of abandoned property in Iguacha, because of the same thing that the Fulani did to their own... Oh my God, these people are evil. Fulani came and wanted to divide us, the same thing that Wike is now doing today. Fulani said to Igbo people in Iguacha, take your brother's property from Anambra, from Abia, from Ebonyi, from Enugu, from Delta. Take their properties in Iguacha. Tell them you are not Igbo, that you're Igbo, and we will defend you. We must learn this morning. The people, now listen very carefully please. The person who was instrumental to that abandoned property regime in Iguacha is an Ogoni man. And believe it or not, Ogoni people are not distinct as some of them claim to be. Ogoni is also an Igbo clan, the same way you have Ongwa today. It's how you have Ogoni. They are Igbo people. The same way you have Ongwa as a clan. Ongwa is the biggest clan you have in Biafra land, the biggest Igbo clan. Ongwa started all the way from Montana. And to Iguacha, to Okwa. Okwa is called Okwangwa. Okwa is Ongwa land. The same way you have, what's it called, Ogoni land. Ogoni. And do you know the funniest thing? I want to give people the history of the confusion in the so-called River State and the stupidity of some people. Based on what Chibike Amechi said. This history, I kept giving this lecture over the years until Igbo people realized that indeed they are Igbo after all. Now listen very carefully. Who created abandoned property? A man called Ken Serwiwa, who is today, he died a freedom fighter, and we commend that. But you know me, I always tell you the truth. It may be very bitter, but it is the truth, and I will preach it. There is something some of you do not know. The person that brought division into our land is Ken Serwiwa. Edwin Clark. Pay attention, please. Ken Serwiwa and Edwin Clark. It is not good to speak ill of the dead, but the truth must be spoken. And the Wike is continuing in the footsteps of Ken Saro-Wiwa, and he will meet the same end as Ken Saro-Wiwa if he doesn't take time. I know he's listening. They all listen. And this goes to all the governors of the so-called South, South, and Southeast. You must pay attention. Ken Saro-Wiwa and Edwin Clark brought division into the old Eastern region. Ken Saro-Wiwa was at my alma mater, of course, the finest secondary school in the world in those days, Government College Omai. He was there. So also was Cyprian Ekwensi. So also was Chinua Achebe. So also was the best result in the history of WAEC or GCE in the whole of West Africa. The late Dr. J.O.J. Okezie. J.O.J. Okezie made the best result in the history of WAEC and GCE in the whole of West Africa. Till today, his result has not been broken by anybody. Dr. J.O.J. Okezie from Ibeku, from Obanakata, from my town. All of these brilliant people went to Government College Omaya, including Ken Saro-Wiwa, who also was a very brilliant man, a writer and a poet. He's an artist. And you know me, I have a soft spot for artists. You know, things like somewhere that I love, Reginald Akuchie. If you know him, I grew up with him. Incidentally, he went to Government College Omaya, and we also went to UNN together, University of Nigeria and Soka. People must pay attention this morning. Reginald Akuchie is a better artist than Leonardo da Vinci. He is a better sculptor than Botticelli. Reginald Akuchie is the finest artist I have ever seen in my life. I have been to art galleries, I have been to museums, I have seen what others have done. I have seen Rembrandt. I have seen all the beautiful artists you can think of. Reginald Akuchie is a better painter. If you give him the opportunity to paint something like the Sistine Chapel, he will do a better job than Honorati. He went to Government College Omaya. Reginald Akuchie, very, very brilliant artist, but his talent was wasted because he was born in Nigeria. I said he is a better painter than any Italian Renaissance painter you can think of. If you sit down and Reginald Akuchie will paint you, he will paint you, you will be amazed. His talent was wasted. That's by the way. Ken Saro-Wiwa was at my school, Government College Omaya. He graduated on scholarship given to him by the government of Eastern region. And I hope that Ogoni people are listening. The man who gave Ken Saro-Wiwa, or under whose regime Ken Saro-Wiwa's brilliance was recognized, is an Igbo man by the name Dr. Michael Obara. Ken Saro-Wiwa went to school, left Government College Omaya, and became a very wonderful man. There is a motto at my school, in unum lucent, which means may we shine as one. Every Omahian knows that. Ken Saro-Wiwa left and never shone as one because there is something called Nkwa when we're in school, you know, in those days. It's only boys' school, and it is a boarding school built by a man called Robert Fisher, apparently a Scottish man. And we are not allowed to go out. If you come into government college, you don't go out. You stay in boarding in your hostels or in your dormitories, and then you go to class and all the rest of it. It was modeled along English public schools, like English grammar schools, the boarding ones, that is. There is a house in government college called Kent House. You know, we have Kent House. We have Simpson House. All white people on the Ocha. I was in Cousin's house. Cousins was the guy that wrote the biology textbook. A white man, Cousins. We had Niger House. We had Wareham House, another white man. To the left of Cousins' house is Wareham House. We had all these white principals and white people all over the place. And also, as time went on, Igbo principals and the Ijaw principals. Now listen very carefully. I want to debunk all this nonsense about Igbo, all this rubbish that Wike is now peddling. Anybody who knows or went to government college, you will know there is a house called a house. Erekosima is an Ijaw man. There were Igbo principals that came to government college Omuahia. But the only person that they named a house after is an Ijaw man, Erekosima. Are you paying attention? That during the time of Opara, everything was done to integrate the East. Is there any house in government college Omuahia named after an Igbo man? No. But there was a house named after Erekosima. Erekosima was a principal at government college Omuahia. Ijaw man. And they named the house after him. A house is a dormitory where we stay. Erekosima. And I used to have a dream. When I used to dream in those days, most of my dreams, I was in Cousin's house. Most of my dreams were situated in Erekosima house. And it never occurred to me that any time I preach this very gospel, Biafra is almost at our doorstep. Erekosima's son died at government college Omuahia. He was playing cricket. And cricket, the ball itself hit him on the backside. You know, in government college we played every game. We played cricket, we played every game, just name it in the world. We played it. We played hockey, we played cricket, we played tennis. What's the good thing play at government college Omuahia? Everything we played. Not now, it's like a glorified primary school. Erekosima's son also went to government college Omuahia. But he died, unfortunately, because the cricket ball, when they were playing cricket, the cricket hit his scrotum and shattered his testicles. And he died. So after that, they made it compulsory. You must wear a guard to protect your private part before you go out to play cricket. We played cricket at school. Oh my goodness. Do you know Ken Serewa was there? Ken Serewa went to government college Omuahia, came out, became a very successful man. And one day we had a dance, Ongwa, during his time at school. They invited, was it Holy Rose? Not Holy Rose Omuahia because they were too small for us. We used to go to Ojumbo, you know, they are the girls that they used to bring to us in those days to dance with. After we have a debate, and after the debate you dance. As they were dancing, I've forgotten the name of the girls' school that they asked to come. I don't know if it is girls from Stella Maris in Igbo. No, I don't think so. It was a girls' school, or was it here? I can't remember. A girls' school was invited from Igbo land to come to government college to debate, because we debate. You know, at Omuahia we speak very good English. Of course we do. We debate, and after the debate, then you have a dance afterwards. And all the teachers and the principal, they will leave, and the boys will have fun with the girls, just dancing or nothing more. Do you know that they invited a girls' school to come in College Omahia for a dance? And Cancer, everyone went to one of the girls and said to her, "Excuse me, dance, I want to dance with you." And the girl said no. And Cancer immediately thought that the girl said no to him because he is not able. I am giving you factual history. I am sure that Cancer son, if the father was somebody who, as my father did, to tell you what happened during their time, must have told the children this story. A girl said no, an able girl said no to dance with him. And Cancer muttered to himself because he's Igbo. That's why the Igbo girl did not want to dance with him, because he's Ogoni and the girl is Igbo. Nobody knew that Cancer took that thing away and left Common College Umuahia, became a successful man, and was still harboring that hatred for Igbo people that gave him free education. Allowed him to go to the finest secondary school there is. Cancer had bitterness in him, and during the war, Cancer found an opportunity to revenge, because an Igbo girl refused to dance with him. And he joined the Nigerian army, and he served with Abacha. Abacha became his close friend. After the war, Cancer wanted, not only did he join Nigeria to fight Biafra, the bitterness was still lingering in him. He went and convinced Abacha. He convinced Abacha that Igbos should be punished further. Abacha asked him, "What do you want us to do?" Kensuwa told Abacha that all the properties in Igbocha belonging to Igbo people from across Imo River. Listen carefully, because Obi Igbo, the heart of Igbo nation is in Igbocha. Obi Igbo. That is why they neglected. That is even the reason why Wike neglected it. You must pay attention this morning, please. I beg of you. He said all those across the water, they must lose their properties in Igbocha, and we are going to give it to local people. Those local people, not minding that they're Igbo people, we are going to tell them that they are different. Me, I'm an Ogoni man. We are going to tell Igbo people that they are not Igbo. And because Igbo people from across the water came to Igbocha and became successful, bought land and built houses, we are going to give those houses to Igbo people. And then we tell Igbo that you're not Igbo. Abacha rang Lagos and asked for approval. The approval was given. Because when that suggestion came and was being discussed in Lagos, you know that the British government, they hear everything that you say. They told the British said, okay, very good. That is how we are going to divide them. That is how we are going to deny the Igbo people access to the sea, by making sure that the Igbo people that live by the sea see themselves as non-Igbos. A very simple, very clever plan. Because Igbocha seaport is there, and that land is owned by Igbo people. Owned, which is Ikwere, of course, owned by Ikwere people. And because of that, in order to deny the wider body of Igbo nation access to the sea, let us tell those that live by the sea that they are not Igbo. They did the same thing in Opobo. And the British said to go on, you can go ahead, it's a very beautiful plan, it's a very good plan. so they can divide us. So the go-ahead came, and Abacha, who was a very good friend of Councillor, we were said to Councillor, well, you can go ahead and implement this. It's fine. It's a very good idea. Now, but in order to make it work, since it is your idea, you are now going to oversee the whole abandoned property project. Councillor Owa spent days and nights touring every community in Iguacha, telling them how they are not Igbo, how Igbo people came and dominated their lives and took over their land and built houses. But meanwhile, he's Ogonio, he's not Igbo, he's not Igbo. He says he's not Igbo. Meanwhile, he doesn't speak Igbo language. The people in Iguacha, they speak Igbo language. They answer Chibike Amechi, which is Igbo. They answer Nyesom Wike, which is Igbo. They answer Odele, which is Igbo. And you know what they call God in Iguacha? Chukwokikabiama. Ikwere call God Chukwokikabiama. I heard it myself. Nobody told me. I was traveling through that area. They told me themselves. Nobody told me. You must pay attention this morning. They said, because wherever a people who are successful are gathered, there's always envy. Ikwere said, okay, from today onwards, we are from Ikwere. We are from Bini. And the Oba of Benin is our brother. We are not Igbo people. We are not Igbo. Although we speak Igbo, we are Igbo speaking, but we are Igbo. Yoruba speaking, but I'm not Yoruba. Does that make sense to you? Councillor Wiwa presided over abandoned property. He was the one, despite benefiting from a scholarship granted to him by an Igbo man, despite going to a very beautiful school in Igbo land, because he could have gone to Opeka Grammar School, he could have gone to Stella Maris in Iguacha, he could have gone to one of those beautiful schools that you had, but he got a scholarship to attend Government College in Omai, Fisher High School, for free. He now came back to wreak revenge because a girl refused to dance with him. Are you listening? Now, you know Igbo man. If something happens in the north, you know, if there's a riot now in the north, and there are two Igbo businessmen, one of them had his house destroyed, his cars burnt, and maybe a part of his business still surviving. He is desperate for cash. The other businessman, who is Igbo, will come to him and not offer to give him a loan to rebuild his business, but will tell him, please, I want to buy you out. So it is in us. Igbo people accepted and took over all the properties belonging to their own flesh and blood from across the Imo River. That's all. If you are on this side of the Imo River, in Obibo side, they let you keep your property. If you're from Ongwa, going all the way to Hamufu, or to Dekem, you lose your property to your own brother in Iguacha that they named Port Harcourt. That was Councillor Uwa's plan, which the British endorsed, which Gowon executed. And in Lagos, they tried the same thing in some places. As you may recall, when our leader came back, he was fighting for his father's house at Queen's Drive in Ikoyi. I think he got it back eventually. Some people in Yoruba land wanted to play smart. They said, okay, if they are taking their properties in Port Harcourt, we must also take their properties in Lagos. But I want to shock all of you this morning. In the north, where there were predominantly Hausa people, there was no abandoned property. After the war, Igbo people went back to the north, and the Hausa people gave them back the keys to their houses. I want you to pay attention. But in Biafra land, in Igbo land, a particular section of Igbo people, a clan, Ikwe is a clan, the same way Ngwa is a clan, and Ngwa is bigger than Ikwe. The same way that Ogoni is a clan. One clan in Igbo land decided to jettison their identity because of their brother's property. But in Hausa land in the north, Hausa people, because Fulani was busy moving cattle in the bush, Hausa people gave back the keys to Igbo properties back to the owners when they came back after the war. Now the divide and rule has set in. Ken Sarawa was working with Abacha. Very, very well. The same thing now that Wike is doing. Another Ijaw man came into power. I will call him even an Igbo man, because his name is Melford Okilo. Or is it Okiro? He's in Melford. Let me get his full correct name. The MPN governor. They said they will vote MP and they will not vote for Zeke. All of those, I call them the Gowon created states. You know, Lugard created Nigeria. People that call themselves Nigeria were created by Gowon. The people created by Gowon. Oh dear me. Things are happening. There are so many things you people don't know about the zoo. The reason why we are suffering today was because an Igbo girl refused to dance with Keseriwa. That is why Wike is saying this rubbish today. That is the genesis of the problem. After all, the man that knew history and told Ojukwu about our name, Biafra, is an Ijaw man, Ijaw, the same place with the bloated pig, the same place with Ankyo Briggs, the same place with Edwin Clark. The man who said our name is Biafra is not an Igbo man. He's an Ijaw man, Ijaw. This morning, all of you must pay attention. I don't even know why I'm preaching this very gospel, but I was moved to preach it. Anybody's Mozi, that I should preach it. Because of Wike, I want our people to get to the root of the problem. Because of Wike, I want our people to be educated this morning. Education. You all must listen carefully, please. The same man that I told you gave me money when I went to his house in London, the former governor of River State, his name is Melford Okilo. Melford Okilo. Now listen very carefully. Melford Okilo and Okiro, the former IG of police, are all Igbo people. I want them to understand this. And I also want you to know, when I told you about Arochukwu and slavery the other day, I want you to know that most of the people who are Ijaw today, Ijaw, is either your grandfather or your grandmother is from Arochukwu. If you doubt me, go and ask the pig in the creek. Do you have Arochukwu blood in you? Ask Ankyo Briggs. Ankyo Briggs, do you have Arochukwu blood in you or not? Because you were all sired by our people, captured and taken to the new world as slaves from Arochukwu. Am I lying? Ankyo Briggs, do you have Arochukwu blood in you or not? Eshiosha, the pig in the creek, do you have Arochukwu blood in you or not? So when people are telling you rubbish, he's on this, we are this, I am asking them, you people you were giving birth to by people from Arochukwu, am I lying or not? Yes or no? I want you, some of you with Ankyo Briggs number, go to her page this morning and inbox her. Please, ma'am, do you be respectful, please? Please, ma'am, ma'am is M-A-A-M. Do you have Arochukwu blood in you? Please answer me yes or no. Some of you that read the nonsense from the imbecilic pig in the creek, ask him a simple question. Do you have Arochukwu blood in you or not? Go and ask Edwin Clark. Edwin Clark, do you have Arochukwu blood in you or not? These are simple questions, they're not difficult. Ask them this morning, and you hear what they will tell you. You'll be shocked. These people they are carrying Arochukwu blood in them. Arochukwu, our spiritual capital, Arochukwu blood is in them. But when you see them talk their nonsense, you pity them. Who made it possible? Another Igbo man, Ken Saruwiwa, Ogoni. Ogoni is a clan in Igbo land. You know, we like being autonomous. People may be saying, but why did they say they're not Igbo? Look at my own place. I come from Afarugu. My father was a traditional ruler of Afarugu. After a while, Hoko Bandungoke said they want to answer Enugu. They want to be autonomous. My father said, okay, no problem, you can go. Before that, the first son of Afarugu is Okulaga. Okulaga is number one. They are the first son of Afarugu, which is the next village, or should I say hamlet, to mine. Okulaga said, we want to be autonomous. And today, Okulaga is an autonomous community inside Afarugu. Maybe in the future, Isiama will also become an autonomous community in Afarugu. Autonomous means leave me alone. The same way that Ogoni is an autonomous clan in Igbo land. Are you listening to me? Somebody who is an Igbo man decided to be autonomous because a girl refused to dance with him. And he took that bitterness to corrupt and poison the minds of other people, like the Ikwere people, to hate themselves. And they think they are going to enjoy life. Of course not. You don't know God in heaven. No, you can't enjoy. They took their brother's properties in Iguacha. Chief Zetsiobi, one of the richest men you had in those days in Iguacha. My own grand uncle, Dudukoro, Chief Alozie. Who doesn't know him? Chief Alozie owns, from Obibo to oil mill on the right, he owns it. Chief Alozie. Who doesn't know him? In Iguacha. Oh dear. Chief Zetsiobi's properties were taken. My uncle's properties were taken. These are one of the richest people that you had. My uncle De Jacob studied in America. When he was traveling from Umuahia railway station, when he traveled because he went by ship. He traveled from Umuahia. De Jacob traveled, Jacob Alozie traveled from Umuahia railway station in Ibek all the way to Iguacha to board a ship to go to the US to study. His father, Chief Alozie, hired one coach for him, an entire train, an entire coach. Only De Jacob was in it with his servants. All the way to Iguacha. When he came back, when De Jacob came back, women removed their wrappers and laid it on the ground for De Jacob to walk from railway all the way to my compound. Chief Alozie, his properties were taken. Those belonging to prominent men like Chief Zetsiobi were also taken in Iguacha, and most of them died because of it. Do you know what Alozie used to say, Chief Alozie used to say when he because he was going to court to try to recover his properties. He said if his properties were taken by Hausa people, he would understand. But he cannot believe that people that took his properties are those that answer Ikoku. And his own brother, Dikoku, just lives across from him. People that answer Igbo names in Ikwere land took properties belonging to their fellow brothers. Are you listening? I want to tell you where Wike is coming from. Ken Sarawiwa did all of these things, and Ogoni land was not developed. You know, God is miraculous. That is why they are suffering today. Ogoni land is suffering today because of the betrayal that was brought into our land by Ken Sarawiwa. God is a God of vengeance. And Ogoni land can never be developed unless Biafra comes. They can never. Ogoni can never see development until Biafra comes. Never. After that, after many years, Ken Sarawiwa now discovered, let me take water please. After many years, Ken Sarawiwa discovered the grand plan of the Fulani. I want to tell you how miraculous God is. Under the regime of his good friend Sani Abacha, he started the agitation, the Ogoni Bill of Rights. Abacha called him on the phone. I said, my friend, what are you doing? He said, Ogoni land is not developed. We are marginalized. We are backwards. Abacha said, okay, and put the phone down and ordered for his arrest. He was arrested in Igbocha, put in prison, and tried. Before he was executed, he said he wants to speak to his friend Abacha again. He called Abacha. You know what Abacha said to him? You are fighting me in my administration the same way you fought your brothers, the Igbos. You want to betray me the same way you betrayed the Igbos, but I will teach you a lesson. I will tell you I am not the Igbo people that you betrayed. Abacha gave the order and Ken Sarawiwa was hanged. Ask anybody if they keep records of telephone conversations between a president or head of state in Nigeria and people, you will see it there. We have all the information. Ken Sarawiwa was broken. Abacha said to him, you betrayed your people. I am your friend. I am the head of state, and you want to betray me, and for that I am going to kill you. And Abacha killed him. Because he betrayed his people. You think the Fulanis are not smart? Or the Janjaweed from the north, you think they are not smart? Once the Dakanian word, that's why they can never give him anything. They know he betrayed his people. It was the person that gave the go-ahead for abandoned property to be seized or to come into existence, so to speak. The person that Ken Sarawiwa went to and said, my friend, let us take properties from Igbo people in Igbo land. You know, it's an abomination. Before God is an abomination. Go and read your Bible, Old Testament. An abomination before God. To take a property belonging to your brother, land, is an abomination. Is Ogoni land developed today? They are my brothers, yes, and my sisters, yeah. But I tell you the truth. Is Ogoni land developed here? I'm asking you. Edwin Clark, another traitor. Is your land developed? Traitor, is your land developed? Ogoni land is polluted. They are campaigning all over the world, championing it because of the sins of Ken Sarawiwa. Some of them said, oh, we are not Igbo. We are Ogoni people. But how many are you? Where did you come from? Where do you come from? How can you be in the middle of nowhere and say you are a separate nation? And his name is Ken Wewa, Wa-Ewa, the child of Ewa. Wewa, they changed it to Wewa, W-I-W-A. They think we don't know that they're Igbo people. You can be autonomous all you like. Ngwa can wake up tomorrow and say we are autonomous from Igbo. We are not Igbo, we are Ngwa people. Nobody can begrudge them. Now, after successfully dividing our people through Ken Sero-Wiwa and Edwin Clark, a traitor to the core. He's an old man and I wish him more years to live, but I want him to be honest and come out to let him confess. The same thing today that Wike is doing. Wike, the same people that encouraged Ken Sero-Wiwa to divide Igbo land, which is Biafra, they were also the same people that killed him. Did any Igbo man kill Ken Sero-Wiwa? And when our late eternal leader came to London, I said to him, why did you not intervene when they arrested Ken Sero-Wiwa? You could have mobilized the entire Igbo nation, which is Biafra itself, to campaign and to pressure Abacha not to kill your brother, Ken Sero-Wiwa. He said to me that what Ken Sero-Wiwa did was unpardonable, that it was God that punished him, that he was in no place to intervene. Ojukwu told me this in London. There were many of us there. Ojukwu came to London then with Peter Obi, Chekwas Okorie, Victor Ume. Victor Ume then was an ordinary treasurer in Abga. We went to buy them clothes at Oxford Street. Victor Ume, did you come to England with any clothes? Did we not go to buy you clothes, myself and Ifan Negu and Samume? And what's his name? Chinedu. What's Chinedu's surname again? Forgotten. Ask Peter Obi now. Ask him. He will tell you. Was I not the one that paid for Jukwo's accommodation at Millennium Hotel with my credit card? Oh dear. At Kensington, that's where we were. Kensington, London. Chekwas Okorie, we found him accommodation elsewhere, not in the same hotel with our eternal leader. Oh, you people, you have all forgotten. Did I run to Peter Obi and ask him for money when he became governor? Mad people everywhere. As I was saying, Ojukwu said he couldn't have intervened because it was God's will. That the same person, not even people, the individual that Sero-Wiwa went to ask, do I have, please give me permission to take Igbo people's properties in Igbocha? Let me convince Igbo that they are not Igbo. The person he went to, the man that gave the permission said, okay, go ahead, was the man that killed him. I want Wike to learn that we have history on our side. You cannot divide our people. You cannot ask a Biafran to go and hunt a Biafran for you. You can't divide us. There was a man that tried to divide us. Today that man is dead. Not by natural causes, killed by the same people that he was seeking to please through the division of the sacred land of Biafra. Wike, you are going to die disgracefully. Anybody who tries to divide a land that God ordained must exist will die a miserable death. Have you asked yourself why Ijaw land is not developed? Why our mothers go to the creek to drink from the same water that they go to toilet in? Have you asked yourself why? You people, you play with God. You don't know Chukwu Kikabiama. You don't know. Some of you don't know because you're not in the spirit. A job, do you think if you remove yourself from Biafra, you'll be developed? Fulani will swallow you overnight. I want you to understand this. That is why you are not developed and can never be developed in this world. Never, ever, ever. For betraying Biafra. Is Akwa Ibom doing well? Simple question. The reason why Akwa Ibom is doing well is because of Philip Effiong. God had mercy and said, because of Philip Effiong, I will leave you alone. All of you that said, we are not Biafra, I'm not Igbo. Are you doing well today? Are you better off than Anambra, Imo, Abia, Enugu, Ebonyi? Are you better than them? Simple question. You think you can divide the people of God? God will strike you dead. Nobody can do it. No human being can do it. Let me tell you. Your name is Nyesom Wike Waike. Because we are known by who our fathers are. His name is Ken Wewa Wa NWA IWA Wa. The same way you have Wachuku, they change it to Wachuku WA. The same family. Wachuku WA. Wike is, they took away the N. Waike, he took away the N. So they will say, I'm not Igbo. Waike is his name. He took away the N, took away the A, and said it's Wike, W-I-K-E. The name of the foremost Ogoni freedom fighter is Ken Wa-Iwa. They took away the N, as Wike did, took away the A, it is now Wiwa, W-I-W-A. To hide their Igbo identity. The same thing that Ken Sarawiwa did with the same surname, or should I say with the same alphabets in the surname. Waike is N-W-A-I-K-E. Wewa is N-W-A-I-W-A. What Ken Sarawiwa did, Wike is now doing. Wike, they took off the N and the A, you now have Wike, W-I-K-E. Wewa took off the N and the A, and is now Wewa, W-I-W-A. And two of them are going to meet the same end. Wike, I am laying a curse on you that you may know that God Almighty sent me. The same way Fulani rejected Ken Sarawiwa at the right time and killed him, so shall they do to you if we don't get you first. Wike, I want you to understand the reason why I hate you now more than anybody else in the world. Do you know why I despise you now? Because you are trying to divide the children of God. Ken Sarawiwa tried it and was killed. Anybody who tries it will die. If you try it, you will die. Ken Sarawiwa is Wa-Ewa, that's his name. Wewa, N-W-A-I-W-A. Wa-Ewa, the son of Ewa. They called it Wiwa. Wachuku became Wachuku. People are fools. You see, I don't know, my people are not well in the brain. You reject a name that God Almighty gave to you in order to please Fulani. Ken Sarawiwa and the Fulani killed him. Wike, you are renaming the name of, as I told you, Okilo, Mefad Okilo. They're the ones, Urumu Allah, Urumu Kurushi, Urumu Adolu, Omo Adaolu, the children of the only surviving daughter. When they came from Arochukwu, they took everybody into slavery. Only one woman survived. Only one survived. And she gave birth to children. They named the place Omo Adaolu, the children of the only daughter. The land of God. And you idiots want to divide it. The land of God itself. You want to divide the children of God to allow uncircumcised vandals to come in to possess a land that God gave to our ancestors. Omo Adaolu, the children of the only surviving daughter. Adaolu, the only daughter they had. Why do you think I said that Iguacha will be the capital of Biafra land? But of course now Igbo is making a very strong case for it. Did we ever know that Igbo land started from that even Benin City itself? We never knew. Because God said, I will, when the time comes, if you come back to me after our 2015 atonement prayer, if you abandon every other God, including the one the white man brought to you, and face me, and only me, then unubomu Chineke Nwachukwu. Nobody answers where Jesus where we come from. Do you answer where Jesus? I'm asking you a question. Or one Muhammad? Is that your name? Is your name one Muhammad or one Jesus? You answer Nwachukwu, the Son of God of heaven and earth. This is maybe. In 2015 I prayed, and I'll release that very clip today. Listen to it. All of you claiming you're from Niger Delta, listen to that atonement. God said, anytime you come back to me, I will bring all of you back together again from where you come from, including Igodomi land. I will teach you in the spirit the history of Oba and Idu. That place is Idu land. Idu land. They call it Idu. Ubiaja, they call Eshan. Igbo people. I-G-B-O. Igbo. Why haven't you thought about this before? They divide you to conquer you. When Kesrewa thought that he was doing that thing, they became autonomous, and he was the most educated man there, they became autonomous. He never told Ogoni people. I went to school with Igbo people. If at all he claims he's not Igbo anymore. The scholarship that I went to school with was given to me by an Igbo man. Are you listening? Oh dear. Who built Iguacha? I want people to go and, do you know that Shell was in Owerri? Shell was in Owerri. And the Igbo, they had sense in those days, intelligent men. Hey! May Elohim bless them. Igbo State Union. Before the war, they were an authority unto themselves. You pack your bags from Omuahia, you travel to Zaria. Upon getting to Zaria, you speak Igbo. Our star will take you to an Igbo man's house, and they will take you to their chairman, and they will give you where to sleep, and by the next day you start work. When I think of Igbo land before the war, tears come to my eyes, I'm telling you. The mere fact that you are in Bauchi and you speak Igbo, every Igbo person around there is your brother and your sister. If they're older than you, they are your uncles, you call them dad. If they are the age of your father, you call them father. Let me tell you what happened in America. I was in the US. I think it was early this year or was it last year? I can't remember. It was early this year. I was in the US. I was in a town hall meeting in Chicago. And the girl came to me, we were taking pictures. And the girl came to me and said, and I said to them, why don't you marry each other in America? Why don't you organize a ball once you leave college? They organize a ball for all of you Biafran people to meet together, and then your sons will meet your daughters and you can intermarry. One of them came to me and said to me, she didn't know when she said to me, uncle, do you know the problem we had? Why we never intermarried or married each other? And I said no. She said to me, because when we were growing up, our parents will introduce the fathers and the mothers of the people we are supposed to marry as our uncles and our aunties. Do you understand? You know the way we are. In England, once you speak Igbo, to Nnamdi and Nnamdi came, this is your uncle. That's where we are. And we didn't know that these kids, they had it in their brain. I cannot go and date the child of my uncle or my aunt, although they're not from the same village. And so she said to me that the problem is from our parents. They introduced us to everybody as our uncle and our aunt. And I said to her, that is how we are as a people. If I leave Omuahia and I travel to Ngwaland in Aba, every Omuahia person is my brother and my sister. Now, if I leave Ongwao and I travel to say Ondo State, every Igbo person in Ondo State is my brother and my sister and my uncle and my father and my mother. That is where we are as a people. It doesn't mean you cannot marry them. She was shocked. And yes, that is what we do. If you see somebody in those, I remember my own aunt, Doka Modo, married in Mbise when my younger brother was born. My own aunt, my father's immediate younger sister. When I said I was in Aba, I was with her when I was going to primary school in Aba. Helen is her name. My aunt. My aunt will say to me, please, we were staying at Abai Omocham then. I went to go and see them from government college. I went to on a weekend. She said to me, take this thing and go and give to my sister. And I asked her, who is that your sister? She said, that's Ubakala woman there. Ubakala is not Ibeku. I don't know who the woman is. But because she is from Umuahia, living in Aba, she became my aunt automatically. And in America, they are saying, how can I then go and marry my aunt's child? That means that boy is my relative. So they saw all of that. The reason why we don't intermarry in America or marry each other as much as we should is because we see everybody as one family. This is what Wike is trying to bring division into. This was what Ken Saro-Wiwa tried and failed and lost his life in the process. Have you seen Jews? Anywhere you go to, they say, oh, they cooperate, they're always together, they live together, they do this together. And the only thing is that they marry one another. We don't. We do not marry one another. We don't marry each other. We need to marry each other. We need to marry each other more. Do you know Margaret Ekpo, where she comes from? The one that they named Calabar Airport after. Margaret Ekpo is from Nnewi, where she married a man, an Efik man. Ekpo. Are you aware of that? The regard I have for P2B is because the wife is from Cross River State. We need to intermarry more. We are all one people. It's just like somebody from Samaria marrying somebody from Judea. The language may be different. Some of you do not know that in Israel you have many languages. Do you know that? The same way you have Ogoni in our, you have a zone of Kolokoma, as they say, you have a Fik language, you have a Bibio. Do you know that even in Israel, one people created. They all descended from Jacob. They have now, listen, people don't know anything. They have Hebrew. They have Yiddish. Are you aware of that? There's a language called Yiddish. They have the Hebrew language. They have Yiddish. And for some of you saying, oh, but in Benin, they speak a different language. Now let me shock you. I want to surprise all of you. Do you know that Hebrew language is new? It was written by one man. I've forgotten his name. Go and Google it. Hebrew language was written to unite all the dialects of the ancient tribes of Israel. Do you know that in those days, somebody who is from Judea spoke a different language from somebody who is from Samaria? Are you aware of that? But they are all Israelites. Are you aware? Are you aware? I'm asking you. So having different languages, maybe from Benin to Ogoja, from Ogoja to Oron, doesn't mean you are not one people. That was why a man, let me actually Google it, how the history of the Hebrew language. Because there is a language also called Aramaic that they spoke when Jesus was on earth. Aramaic, they have Hebrew, they have Yiddish. Let me see if I can actually do it myself. Whilst we are still, I don't know what came over me this morning to preach this gospel. I have no idea. It's wicked, and because of what Chibi Kameji said. You are not pursuing Fulani killers and headsmen. You are pursuing your own brothers, that the Fulani headsmen may kill them. Let me try and see if I can get it. The history of the Hebrew language. People don't know anything. The history of Hebrew language. Hebrew language. Yes, I think the man's name is Angel Sainz Badilos. Let me also check, please, to make sure that a man created it, joining all the languages. Of course, a history of the Hebrew language is a comprehensive description of Hebrew from its Semitic origins and the earliest settlement of Israelite tribes in Canaan to the present day. What the man did was to bring all, his name is Angel Sainz Badilos, I think it is, a history of the Hebrew language. Go and read it up. You will see it. One man created it. One man created the Hebrew language. What he did is to avoid trouble. Somebody was asking me, if you get Biafra, what language are you going to speak? And I said, when we get Biafra, we are going to get a panel of linguists from every clan, from every tribe, from every dialect. They will sit down, we lock them up somewhere until they produce a lingua franca. The same way the Hebrew language was produced, to cater for everybody that sees himself as a Jew, as an Israelite. Do you see how what Chukwuka Kabiyama is doing? Replicating what has gone before in our present time. Wike, for attempting to divide the house of God, you will die disgracefully. I lay a curse on you today. You will die shamefully and disgracefully. You are from Satan. You are from darkness. You can say anything you like about us. You can even condemn us. That was why I warned Umahi. Umahi tried to bring this, the same nonsense Umahi tried to do in Ebonyi State. Tried to tell me Ebonyi State is not Biafra, Ebonyi State is not Igbo. What have you people done for us? That idiot did not know about a man called Dr. Kanu Ibiam from Ebonyi State, a pillar, a man of great honor, May his soul continue to rest in power. A man of immense honor from Ebonyi State. A great scholar. Him and John Lennon were the people that returned their whatever rubbish from the Queen of England because of the war, because of how Britain treated Biafra from Ebonyi State. And I asked Umahi this morning, go and read the history of Dr. Kanu and emulate him. That one day we are all going to die. One day when you leave, people will sing your praises the same way we are singing the praises of Kanu today. It's from Ebonyi State. But you see, Wike is a dead man walking. Dead man walking. I didn't want to teach this history today. But you see that Asian here in the creek. With Arochukwu blood in him. Arochukwu. He doesn't know the meaning of the word Arochukwu. The children of God, the worshippers of God, the house of Levi that we have. Those created to worship God. Arochukwu. You have the blood of Arochukwu in you. Ankyo Briggs, you have the blood of Arochukwu in you, the children of God. And you're telling me I'm ladhood like me, garbage, Ndara. Anyway, you are imbecilic. What do you know? Ndara. Ask them, we don't want Biafra. This is your Biafra. Ask them, do you have Arochukwu blood in you or not? If you doubt me, we do a DNA sequencing. We see if you and I share the same ancestry or not. Mad people. You think that different language means you're a different person. Stupid fools who don't read history. People who are badly educated. In Israel, in the land of God, there's Aramaic, there's Hebrew, there's Yiddish, and in fact, let me ask them, how many ancient languages did they speak in Israel? How many? Google it. How many Semitic languages did they speak in Israel? People don't know anything. Then you want to come and debate people who are learned. How many Semitic languages are there in Israel? Did they speak in Israel? Mad people everywhere. Ndiara. When they think I will just come out one day and start saying what we do not know. What we do not know. How many languages are there? I ask you. In the Levant region, that is the name is Levant. Levant, not Middle East. You know Britain, it was Britain that named the Middle East. And Asia, they named them Far East. So you will not know your history. Once they use that layer to cover you, River State, your history is forgotten. You no longer know who you are. Your name is Igwacha, and the name you're answering is a name that is cursed. Port Harcourt is a cursed name. Cursed name. If you do not know. That is why there can be no development in Nepal. Go to Bayelsa. Is there any development? Apart from what the last governor did or tried to do, is there any development? Are people meaningfully employed? The answer is no. We cannot allow anybody to divide us. We are the children of the Most High. I'm very, very sorry. I wanted to analyze a lot of news items we are seeing today. And I'll just go through them very briefly, please. But if Chibika Meji can be talking sense, I hope he's not playing politics, so. If he's talking sense, asking for the unity of the South-South and Southeast, saying we can leave IPOBL, and what have you done for the Igbo? I don't know. We watch and we wait and we see. The army. Do you know, I can't, the army is denying shooting people at Lekki. They are now saying that Sanwo-Olu did it. Zoological Republic, the zoo. All in an effort. Tinubu went to Sanwo-Olu to say, my boy, I put you in government house. You have to take the fall. That was what Ambode refused to do. That was why they removed him. My boy, I want to be the president of Nigeria in 2023. You have to accept, please, that you ordered the shooting. And that you also gave the order for the cameras to be removed from the toll gate. Once you agree, I will look after you. Don't worry. You may be held responsible now, but later, when I become the president, I'll take care of you. That's what they're not negotiating. That was why the army came out to say it was Sanwo-Olu that actually did the shooting and not them. Because you know, if you say it was the army that did the shooting, you know the order came from Tinubu because he is the national leader of APC. And they said the zoo have started now to pay 30, or they are claiming to be paying 30,000 naira. What is 30,000 naira? Maybe a bag of rice and 1 carton of Indomie and a carton of tomatoes if you're lucky. And then maybe a basket of onions. You eat that for maybe about 2-3 weeks and you're hungry once again. They are paying you instead of them to create an enabling environment for the economy to thrive so you can be meaningfully employed and earn a decent wage, Alamajiri style, Rankadede. They are paying you 30,000 like amnesty. So you go and be doing Rankadede. Please give us 30,000 now. Please. And as the Southeast governors and South governors are faffing about and fooling about, Amoteku is recruiting more 1,500 personnel. And Yoruba land is developed, relatively speaking, of course, compared to the others. They damn the Fulani Janjaweed and do what they want to do to secure their land. Do you understand that now? They think the protests have ended, they are mad. We are entering into a new phase of a proper revolution. When these children pour out on the streets again, politicians, you better run. Because they are coming. And for those of you in the army wishing to join young Nigerian youths, leave the army, the number is there, call it and leave the army and come and join Nigerian youth to create a new society. Now is the time. Now is the time. Martin Day orders recruitment of 1,500 officers to kickstart Amoteku in his own state. The governors in the east are busy inviting the army to come. Do you know it's the governors that pay for the army, that paid for the army to come during Operation Patton Dance 1, 2, 3, and 4? Are you aware of that? If you are a governor, you pay for the army, you rent army to come. Compared to Yoruba governors. Yoruba governors are recruiting their own people to provide security in Yoruba land. Igbo governors are busy inviting Fulani killers from Gambia, from Mali, with police uniform to come to their land to kill their own people. And you say we shouldn't hate them. Oh please. Oh please. Oh please. The revolution is coming and nobody can stop it. You know the number to call if you are in the army and you want to leave the army to come and join the people. Somebody said we should add the police. And another person said no, they'll start taking bribe from those who are coming to serve. They will be there saying no, pay us bribe before we accept you. They'll be collecting money. So they said we shouldn't add the police. Because the police is irredeemably corrupt. Police, they'll become informants for the zoo. For the zoo. They'll become informants for the zoo. The salary of a senator in Nigeria is over 1 million naira every blessed day. And what do they do? Nothing. Nothing, absolutely nothing. And that is why the zoo must fall. I thank you all very much for listening this morning. But let me see if I can take some of your calls. The only call we can take today is via Signal. And the number to call is Signal, is an app. Download the Signal, is the best, is clearer and is safer. +44 7761 825 346. I repeat, +44 7761 8253 346. That is the number to call. That is the number to call. They said there's a security alert somewhere. Nigeria Army has blocked the road again by Yam Zone, and they're stopping every vehicle and picking up every person there. They only allow the women to continue. Is okay, and is people aware of this? Is okay, also aware of what the army is doing in Aba? And why are you writing to me? We outnumber them. You kill them. Attack them and kill them. Because they take these people and they go and kill them somewhere else and hide their bodies. Attack them before they attack you. You people are foolish. You keep writing rubbish to me. Attack them. Yeah, at Yam. Kill them there. Kill them. Let them die. You allow them, they set up roadblock and they're taking you and you start talking rubbish and writing nonsense to me. The caller on Signal, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. What do you do?
What is your name and where are you calling us from?
My name is Nnamdi. I was the one that called 2 days ago that quoted the Bible. Isaiah 43 verse 6. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, please. Yes. Okay, sir. Now I want to just put some things I got to. I found out that there are some things I noticed I want to get your attention to. Yes. It's about the engineers of your station. If they can try to always put off the mic when you finish your broadcast and after our Biafra national anthem, if they just put it off, because sometimes I notice that I heard some noise in background, so that we don't put out some information that is not necessary to go out. Immediately the broadcast you finish, and after the national anthem, immediately to at least 2 seconds to just put it off. I noticed that, so I just wanted to bring your attention to that, to your engineers.
Thank you very much. And we have noted that. Thank you very, very much. I was writing that.
I have some other things too.
Please go ahead.
Permit me, sir.
Go ahead.
Yeah, this is about security, but it's not like it should be a public information, but it's about security. And this goes to everybody all around the world. It doesn't matter where you are. For monitoring, some people that now the telephones that be monitored, there is a code. It's a factory settings code. It's just for any phone. It doesn't matter where you are, and it don't have to be in Nigeria. Anywhere in the world. If you permit me, I can release the code. Release it. Of course, release it. Very good. Thank you, sir. The code is, if you're listening, whatever phone you're using, you just dial it. Go to your dial, put hash. Sorry, you start with, you just put star hash 51 hash, and then you send it. This is to confirm if your telephone calls is being forwarded, that is being monitored and being listened to. If you confirm it, this is the number to do, the code to confirm it. You just check it like star hash 61 hash and then send. It will show a message on your front screen and tell you if your phone is being monitored or is being listened to. And what I'm doing it now. You say is star hash 61 hash. Yeah, then send. I'm sending it now. Let me see what happens. MMI code started. It says call forwarding when no reply. Your voice, my phone is not being tapped now. My voice is not being forwarded. My data is not being forwarded. My fax is not forwarded. My SMS is not forwarded. My sync is not forwarded. My async is not forwarded. My packet is not forwarded. The pad is not forwarded, which means this very phone I'm using is not being hacked. Nobody is listening to it. You're correct. If you do it, if you put it in your phone, everybody, those of you in Biafra land, please do this. Star hash 61 hash. A message pops up. Anything here that is forwarded elsewhere, please discard that phone and go and get a new phone. They have your IMEI number.
They track you through IMEI. Before they arrest you in the zoo, they track you through the IMEI number. Any phone that has IMEI number is trackable. And how do you stop them from tracking you? Ask yourself, how can I stop the zoo from tracking me? The only way you can stop them from tracking you is not to make a call over your phone. That is number one. And number two, please, once you get a phone, make sure that your WhatsApp and your Signal number is not the same number as the SIM card inside your phone. Make sure it is not the same SIM card. Let's say that your number ends with +234 946 871 420, for instance. That is the SIM card you are using to buy data. That's one in your phone. Your WhatsApp number must not be this number. It should be another number. You can get and make sure that the number, the SIM card you're using inside your phone, as much as possible, try to make it not to be your own. Don't register it in your name. And make sure that the other number that you're also using as your WhatsApp is not registered in your name. Some of you can do exchanges. Swap it around so that the number of your WhatsApp, the number of your Signal is not the same number that you have inside your phone. If you make calls via your phone and you call direct, you dial direct to speak to somebody, they will track you using the IMEI number of your phone, which is the unique number to every mobile phone in the world. But if you resist the temptation of calling direct and call only via social media, and especially not Skype, Skype is not encrypted. You have to call through Signal, Telegram, and WhatsApp. Only use those for your calls. Once you do it, you have bypassed them. They can no longer track you. They can no longer come to your house to arrest you, because they only come to your house to arrest you because once an informant gives them your number, say if you call this number, you will get to Kechibu. What they do is that they put that in their computer, in their laptop, and they now start looking for the nearest tower to that very person. Once they find the tower, they can now narrow down to your house and they arrest you. But if they only have your WhatsApp line, and that WhatsApp line is not in a SIM card in any phone anywhere, they can never ever get you, not in 1,000,000,000 years. If somebody asks you, oh please can I call you, give me your number, you give them your WhatsApp number, you give them your Signal number, you give them your Telegram number, which is not the same number on your phone, and your Signal number, your WhatsApp number, your Telegram number can be the same number. It doesn't matter. It can be the same number. That is how you minimize tracking, and that is how you minimize them coming to arrest you in the middle of the night. And if you see the army arresting anybody, you raise the alarm, block the road so they cannot leave that day. Now you say that Yam Junction arresting innocent young people, block every exit, block it and start shouting that they must bring them down. They'll release them. But if they take them and you keep quiet, they will continue. So you don't know? Stop writing rubbish to me. You see them arresting people, you attack them to make them to stop. And I don't want anybody to be arrested from Yam Zone today. Go there, please, and make sure that those people are released. Attack them and kill them. And if they do not release them, start the burning of police stations again. Start it. That's the only language to understand. Chinedu, can you hear me?
Yes, good morning, Mazi.
Good morning to you. And where are you calling from?
I am calling from Iguacha.
What is happening there today? What is happening there today?
Mazi, there was a little rainfall and we are okay here. I want to comment on the lecture you just gave to us now. I am very, very happy. We keep straightening you for the enlightenment and for the good things you've been doing for us.
So,
I thought that the only people that are illiterate are those that did not go to school, but I just came. Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
I thought that the illiterates we have in Nigeria, I thought they are the only ones that didn't go to school, but I didn't know that Nigeria, nothing much. We are okay here.
No, you are listening. How can you be responding to me via the radio? You are listening to me. I'm talking to you on the phone, and you're getting your responses from the radio. That is why you lost concentration. I would have loved to hear what you have to say, but next time, please try to focus and try to concentrate. People are saying, "What is the number?" Let me please write it down. You're listening. Not when you're listening on Facebook, you have heard it before, and you're asking for the same number again. I'll give it to you. Put in star. If you want to know if the DSS is tracking your phone, put in star, put in hash, write 6-1, and then put in hash again. You click send, and a message will appear on your phone if any of the things are forwarded. If they forward anything from your phone without your knowledge or notice, then you know you are in trouble. Pastor Jack, who gives us regular updates, is calling from Lagos. The world is listening. You may proceed.
Thank you, my leader. Good morning from here, my leader.
Good morning.
Pastor Jack, once again calling from Lagos. Although so far as of today, Lagos is calm, people are not yet out for protest. I believe there is strategizing because yesterday there were certain arrangements to hit the road today, but that arrangement did not manifest very well. That was why people were not yet on the road today. Having said that, I just wanted to contribute a little bit to the issue of this hacking. Somebody can, if you want to make use of one number, both on your WhatsApp, and they also want to make use of it as a regular line. What you do, you use ordinary phone that is not WhatsApp enabled, or that does not have GPS, or that does not have internet enabled. So when you insert it in that smaller phone, they cannot be able to track you no matter what they do. You can also make use of.
No, but that phone, when you remove the battery from that phone, and you look at the panel where you have the serial number, you will see the IMEI number. You will see the IMEI number, which is the IMEI. No, listen to me. IMEI. That is what other people did. People say, "Oh, go and buy a Oka phone." They won't track you. Any phone that has IMEI number, they will find you. They will ping, because whenever you make a call, it bounces off the nearest tower. They will ping you, and they will get the tower the signal is coming from, and they will get you. Why do you think that top terrorists do not use phone? They send people to go and deliver messages. They use couriers to deliver messages, because any phone you use there is only one phone that has no IMEI number, and the World Intelligence Agencies pressured Nokia to stop producing it. You know that old Nokia it's called 310, or is it 330? I don't know what it's called. You know, 3310. Nokia 3310 is the only phone in the world that cannot be tracked. Nokia, only if you are using Nokia 3310, that old Nokia, you can make as many calls as possible. They do not have your email number, and they cannot track you and locate your precise location or find you where you are. Anything else, once you open the battery on the phone or any phone you have, there is an IMEI number, and once they have it, you're a gunner. They will get you. Please, don't even risk it. Go on social media. Only use WhatsApp, Signal, and Telegram to call. Go ahead.
All right, sir. Another one is on the issue of Yeso Wike playing the Janjaweed slave card. Now, Yeso Wike trying to convince people that Igbocha is not Biafra, or where I listened to his comment where he gathered the youth was saying, we allow Igbo, we allow Hausa, and all that. I said, what? What is this man talking about? How stupid? Are you trying to deceive that Igbocha is not Igbo, or not part of Biafra? In fact, from where I come from, mainly in Ohaji, the same dialect I speak is the same language Apani speak, the same language Omerelu speak, down to Elele. So what are you saying? And all these people we are separated down to Igbocha, and we are telling us that that Igbo people are not Igbo or not Biafra. What are you talking about?
You are from Ohaji. Do you know that some people from Ohaji were carved by one Fulani woman into Niger Delta? The same Ohaji is in Niger Delta.
Yeah.
Mad people everywhere.
We speak the same language and they're talking rubbish. Who are they trying to deceive? All of us speak the same language and they're telling us Igbo is different from Igbo for Biafra. You are just deceiving yourself because we understand the history and we know the history. The agenda we can just use it for once, but we understand at a given time, your realm will also cease to exist. This is just my little contribution this morning, my leader. Thank you from here, sir.
Thank you and well spoken. You have Ohaji people in River State. Ebema people in River State. And you say, Chineke, what type of God made these people? What type of God made them? Please, if you have called before, do not call again. And I need video evidence of the onions market, the harassment going on at onions market. I need confirmation and I need video evidence, please. If it's actually going on, do not allow them to leave that very place. And Abia will burn today if they try that rubbish. Mad people everywhere. Tell the idiots to go back and sit down. We are not criminals. We can police our land. Tell them to remain in the barracks or better still go and fight Boko Haram, Fulani Janjaweedism in the north. There are many Fulani terrorist groups in the north. They should go and fight them. They should go and fight them. The caller on signal, can you hear me?
I can hear you, sir. Yeah, I called back. I'm Anna Yochukwu.
Yes, go ahead.
One of the local government, the one that is calling from Romania.
Go ahead.
Yes, I gave the code, but I didn't, the phone cut off. I don't know what happened. I thought it was from the network. I didn't give the deactivation code. There is the deactivation code.
What is the deactivation code?
Yes, sir. The deactivation code is hash 002 hash. I repeat, hash. If you want to confirm it, you confirm it with star, like you said to them, star hash 61 hash. So now if you found out that it doesn't matter, you have to deactivate it. If you found out that it is or is not, put to deactivate it, to be very sure, put hash 002 hash. This is how you deactivate it. And this goes to everybody, no matter where you are. Mostly diaspora, Nigeria, where you are, is very good, it's very important. To deactivate it and then nobody listens. And you should be doing this at least every two weeks. At least every two weeks.
Thank you very much.
I want to say something.
Go ahead.
Can I please?
Very briefly. Others are waiting. Very briefly. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Immediately. I want to say to all the celebrities, please. Every celebrity that are doing work, we appreciate what you're doing. Nobody is trying to take your glory. We are fighting for one cause. Now, peaceful. Tell your fans, your supporters, you people gather them. You people will keep protesting. Peaceful protest. Peaceful protest. I want to give credit to Mr. Sean Kuti. He's doing a great job. He's not standing down.
He's like his father. He is like his father. His father. That is how you know those who are fathered by Janjaweed. If you want to know those, go and look at the children of Fela and Nicola Kuti. The way they speak like their father. Anybody who knows my father will know that despite every attempt to bribe him in this world, to convince him to abandon truth, he never capitulated. Go and ask Joseph Kalan, he will tell you. That is, if you are an honest man, you will give birth to an honest child. That is only if your wife goes outside to go and get pregnant and come back and say the child is yours. That is the only reason why a child will behave differently from the father. It's as simple as that. Fela's children are behaving like their father. Upright, very bold, and in your face and telling you the truth. But look at the rest talking rubbish. Go and check their father. Like Nnamdi's father was a traitor. They had money in Barclays Bank. After the war, every family was given £20 to start life again. The Nwodo family got all their money back. That is to tell you who they are. The father was a traitor. And then Nwodo himself is a traitor. That is something you must know. Thank you very much.
Sir, I want, please, sir, the last one is very important. Please, sir, I'm sure. Can I?
Yes, go ahead.
Sir, please, there is this question I've wondered so much all my life. And I know you are the only man I know in this world that has intelligence and wisdom at the same time. I would like you to answer it for me, sir. I wonder why the British, when the British came, why they persuaded us through Anglican and gave us the Bible, why they already knew that we are the children of God. They knew that, they know. And they persuaded us and they gave us the Bible. Why they did not do the same to the Northerners? I want to know, sir, please, if you can educate us on that.
Because they know that we would not accept Islam, that's number one. And number two is because they knew that if you go through the Old Testament, most of the things in the Old Testament is what we do on a day-to-day basis. So it was easier to convince us. When they went to the north, the emirs told them, you are not going to touch our religion and our way of life. We don't want to go to school. We don't want to go to your school. That's why you have Boko Haram, which is a rejection of Western education. The Northerners said to them, the oligarchy, the emir said, the only people who can have education is our own children. That was why the likes of Ahmadu Bello went to school, but other people did not. And they said, you cannot touch our religion. Those two things were very, very paramount. They reached a deal, and the Northerners said, we will not fight you. If you don't force us to go to school, and you don't tamper with our religion, we are not going to fight you. You can take over. That was indirect rule. You can take over and rule us, and then we rule the people on your behalf. That was what happened. And let me tell people something. I'm coming. Hold on a second. Let me tell people what they do not understand. The white man, in the main, is a racist pig. Now listen to me. They are racist. And when they went to Israel, the Knights Templars went to Israel. After all, there was the Kingdom of Jerusalem that no, they're not paying attention. There is a place called, go and Google it, the Kingdom of Jerusalem. The Christians, but I respect Europeans. Child, my goodness. I respect them. And I will tell you why I do respect them. Look at the map of Europe. And look at where the Holy Land is, Israel is. Do you know that when the news of the work that Jesus Christ is doing got into Europe, when Emperor Constantine became converted into Christianity, Europeans were in their homes. Do you see why God blessed them? Even if they are not worshiping God the right way, I want to let you understand why they are blessed by God. They had this very gospel that Yeshua was preaching. They are in Europe. And at a time, they also heard that Muslims had taken over Jerusalem. Do you know what they did? Oh, those people, the Europeans. I know I'm not going to give you their secret, I know it. And when Biafra comes, you see what shall become of Biafra. Do you know what they organized their armies? Volunteers. They asked they said that the house of God has been taken over by Muslims. They rallied all over Europe. All noble men, even kings, brought out their children to go to liberate Jerusalem. They know that Israel was surrounded by Muslims everywhere, from Lebanon all the way to Egypt. Israel is somewhere in the middle, not minding that all these brave, noble men, young men, some of them took their wives with them. They embarked on a march to liberate Jerusalem. And as soon as they did it, God blessed Europe in such a way that it is astonishing. That is why they lead the whole world in everything. Every other person, even China, the technology that China has today, they copy from the West. They copy from Europe and from USA, from Canada. That was why God blessed them, and I want you to understand this. When they heard that the house of God has been taken over by Muslims, they said it can never happen. They organized themselves, and let me shock you, they did not use the ship. They trekked. They used their legs, those that came from Scotland, those that came from England. They converged in France, And they started to make that, led by a French royal noble family, not royal, noble family of France, from where King Bedouin came from. Go and watch the movie Kingdom of Heaven. It is a bit distorted, it's not true, but it's a bit true. Just go and watch it. You know what they did, these people? They used their legs. They walked all the way, they trekked across Europe all the way from France to Turkey. They fought in Turkey. They were killed. Oh, those people are brave. Europeans are brave. I'm telling you. They fought in Turkey. Tried to liberate Constantinople. That was under siege. They fought and they fought and they fought the sultans. They fought them until they reached a truce. Despite the fact that many of them were killed, more reinforcements were coming. If you ask them where they are going, they say they are going to liberate Jerusalem, the city of God. And they are not Jews. They are not Israelites. These are ordinary Caucasian Europeans. Most of them are uncircumcised. But they received the gospel of Yeshua. Because St. Paul said to them, you don't have to be circumcised to be accepted as a child of God through the grace of Jesus Christ. That was where Apostle Paul messed up completely. He messed up totally. Whereas God said it is compulsory for you to be my child, you must be circumcised. Paul said no. By the grace, you don't need circumcision to be a good person. By the grace of Jesus Christ, you can be accepted into the body of Christ, not of God. And then through Christ, you can now come to God. But the traditionalists, like some of us, are saying, no, you must be circumcised. That is an order from God. On the 8th day, you must circumcise your child. Even if you don't do it on the 8th day, if you want to come close to God, you must be circumcised. Apostle Paul said something different. So the Europeans bought into what Apostle Paul said. So most of them that went were not circumcised even. But they still had God in their heart. They said, Apostle Paul said to them, you are circumcised in the heart. You don't need physical manifestation of the circumcision to be a child of God. And they set out to go to Jerusalem. And they were fighting wars. You know the funniest thing? As they die, as they are going, as we are dying today, as we are protesting, as they die, as they are going, many more people are joining them. Many more are joining them. They fought all the way from Turkey, Anatolia. They fought all the way from Anatolia. They fought through Lebanon. They fought through parts of Syria. These are Europeans, though. Some from Scotland, some from England, some from Wales, some from Ireland. Noble children of noble men and women. These are the crowned heads of Europe, sending their children to do what they felt was the will of God. And they came into Jerusalem. And they drove away the Arabs from Jerusalem. And they started the kingdom of Jerusalem under a French noble family that now became the king of Jerusalem, Bedouin. Go and read it up. And they held Jerusalem for over 100 years until the armies of Salahuddin, who is a Muslim, but he is from Kurdistan. Salahuddin is from Kurdistan, the Kurdish part of Iraq, the most celebrated Muslim Islamic general of all time. The most celebrated. But he was a nobleman. He was a pious man, a noble man. He was also a very kind man as well. He defeated the armies of Guy de Lusignan, who took over the kingdom of Jerusalem as the king by marrying the sister of King Bedouin. I think the second or the third, Isabella. He was a drunkard. He desecrated the house of God and broke the agreement between King Baldwin and Salahuddin. And they lost Jerusalem. Richard the Lionheart, the King of England, conducted crusade after crusade to recapture Jerusalem. But he failed. They only managed to take Acre. A place called, that's how you get an acre of land. That was where the word, the measurement acre came from. A-C-R-E, an acre of land. There is a place in the Holy Land called Acre. The English king, Richard the Lionheart, took it from the Muslims. They fought and fought and fought to enter into Jerusalem. It was not possible. God saw the heart of a white man from Europe and said, your heart is clean. Although you were a bit messed up in the head, you love me, and I will give you everything you want. That's how God is. Every glory he gave to Europe. That is why Europe is ruling you today. That is why there is a white woman in Abuja called Katrina Lang, who is ruling 200 million black people. It's the grace of God upon white people over black people, because they risked and sacrificed their sons in order to reclaim Jerusalem for the glory of God and drive away Muslims. And now let me tell you something that happened as well. Because Salahuddin marched an Islamic army into the Holy Land of God. Now listen very carefully. Because he marched an Islamic army into the house of God, they went to the Temple of Solomon, rebuilt by King Herod, and they placed Islamic symbols inside the Temple of Solomon. God placed a curse on the people from which Salahuddin came from, Kurdistan. That is why today Kurdistan can never be a country forever and ever. They are divided into Turkey, into Syria, into Iraq, and also Iran. Together they are a very big nation. But divided they are nothing and they are very weak. That was the curse that God placed upon Salahuddin, forever taking over Jerusalem. Now you understand. Let us go to the line. The same way that God cursed Ogoniland because of Kenserewiwa for bringing division amongst his people. That is how God is. That is how Elohim works. Because Europe got up and said, it is an affront that the house of God, this gospel we've been hearing, that Muslims came there. They sacrificed their sons and marched with leg, not sheep, with leg, all the way from France and Italy. Every European nation gave their sons, royalty or royalty, their noble sons, to go and fight. That was how the Knights Templars came about. The order of the Temple of Solomon. The Knights Templars. They bank you. Some of you will go to ATM today to go and withdraw money. They were the people that started banking. These are royalties, noblemen from Europe. They rescued the Temple of Solomon from the Islamic hordes. And God blessed Europe because of that. Elohim blessed them. So when you wonder, oh, they are here, they conquer. When a white man now comes to your village, if he tells you to do anything, all of you will bow down immediately. Because the grace of God is upon white people. They sacrificed their sons to rescue Jerusalem from the Arabs. Now you understand, don't you? So in case you're wondering, why, you know that God looks into the hearts of men. The way Europe, if you go to Europe, ask anybody living in Europe, every mile is a church or a cathedral. And when you see the building, you marvel. Come to Africa. People now worship God inside the poultry. They drive the chicken to one side. They bring up a table and they build a pulpit and they're talking rubbish. Is there any magnificent church that you have in Africa apart from the one built in Ivory Coast by Hofet Burney? Only one church stands out in all of Africa. A replica of St. Paul's Basilica in the capital of Côte d'Ivoire. Am I lying? If you come to your village, you see somebody went to a bacha with zinc, and they say they're praising God. They say that God said he doesn't dwell in buildings. Talking rubbish. Go to Europe that is blessed by God. When you go to Notre Dame, you open your mouth and you're blown away. You go to St. Paul's Cathedral, the same thing. You go to New York. What is that Roman Catholic cathedral in New York? I've forgotten. I think it's Cathedral of All Saints. I don't know. You marvel. You go to the Coptic church, you marvel. You go to the Ethiopian church and you marvel. You come to West Africa and they're talking rubbish, every idiot. They go to where if you run out of money, you drive away your goat and use the house of the goat. You say it is a house of God. Jesus is deliverance ministry. And I think God will love you. You're a hypocrite. You're a criminal. When you go to Europe that used to love God, you see the houses they built to God. Then you will know that they were genuine in their hearts. Because they said cleanliness is next to godliness. They made sure that the houses they built to God was pristine, very clean and neat. These are the things you need to know. And we have come to the end of our program this very morning. Fridays is our question and answer sessions, please. And then you should be able to call and we should take your calls and answer your questions as well, but not stupid ones like give us guns, give us this. In a revolution, nobody gives you a gun. You make your own guns because the revolution. If they see you with automatic weapons imported from abroad, they say you planned an insurgency. It is no longer spontaneous. The world only understands spontaneous uprising. They do not understand planned insurgency. Go through your history, please. I thank you all very much for listening this morning. I know we didn't take much of your calls, but what I can say to you is that on Friday, we are going to be live once again. But we'll be live again this evening, I preach morning and night. I will try to sleep before this evening is upon us. Please, very, very important. We will reconvene 7 p.m. this evening. But with all the love in my heart and best wishes to those of you who are coming out today to protest, and also those of you leaving the army, the navy and the air force to come and join Nigerian youths in this revolution, with all the love in my heart, from me, from here, good morning.
See any remarkable difference between the Nnamdi Kanu of the old and the Nnamdi Kanu of 21st October. The only thing I discerned, I could see, was that he has lost a lot of weight. I think everybody noticed that. So I do believe that the loss of weight has a whole lot to do with the conditions of his detention in Nigeria, which is very restrictive and uncomfortable and very degrading. And I think also it's indicative of what he passed through in Kenya when he was renditioned there in late June 2021.
So apart from the weight loss, nothing again what you see?
Before his rendition, Nnamdi Kanu was receiving treatment for a heart condition called heart murmur. And, of course, he has an extreme form of hypertension. His medical report is a matter for public consumption through the facility of the processes we filed in that regard. He was receiving treatment in Texas, United States, back in February this year for that. And when he entered Kenya sometime in May, he also made contact with a hospital in Kenya to treat these conditions. And these conditions persist. And our thesis, our position is that the DSA's facility is, a poster exemplar of what detention facilities in Nigeria are like in terms of inadequacy of medical facilities. I don't believe that DSA's facility has the competence or the medical competence to take care of his medical condition, which we consider life-threatening.
Okay, now we don't finish for the appearance. Many Nigerians want to know what happened inside the court during the trial. Even doctor people, journalists, we're supposed to bring out information, they don't allow some of them enter inside the court. So you fit tell us what happened for inside the courtroom before and after Nnamdi Kanu did not guilty?
What happened was that, it took a little while before they brought him inside. So when they brought him inside, it wasn't in chains. If you recall, on 29 June 2021, when they presented him subsequent to the rendition, he was in chains. He was in manacles, and that's unconstitutional. You shouldn't be doing that to suspects. Nigerian Constitution says you shouldn't. The Supreme Court of Nigeria said you shouldn't. So they, anyway, on 21st October, they didn't. So he wasn't in manacles, he wasn't in handcuffs. So he walked freely inside the confines of the courtroom, and, he received salutations from his counsel and gathered other people who were in the court, and we had opportunity to have photo opportunities with him. We snapped pictures with him, and it was a more relaxed atmosphere from what it was the last time he wasn't presented in court. It wasn't raucous, it wasn't noisy, and only few people were, of course, allowed inside the courtroom, and I believe that had more to do with the COVID protocols. Of course, the prosecution made a presentment of the amended charges. If you recall, they had amended these charges a few days to the hearing, and again they did another amendment which I considered more of sua sponte on the spot, and of course there was no opportunity that the defense has. I don't think we were given sufficient opportunity to go home and study these charges to see how our client would respond to them. But again, the judge wanted a plea to be taken, and that's exactly what happened. So a plea was taken, and I don't think that has prejudiced the challenges, the constitutional challenges we have to these charges, which will come up on the 10th of November.
Okay, on Friday, the Attorney General of the Federation, the Minister of Defense, to Abubakar Malami, he hold press conference on Friday, and me too, I've been there. He read plenty things where Nnamdi Kanu and the IPOB do. Some of the things we talk, he say, in some accused for Nnamdi Kanu, saying instigate violent attacks for democratic institutions like correctional centers, police stations, INEC offices, and others between October 2020 and June 2021. As Malami talked this thing on Friday, you don't tell your client Nnamdi Kanu about this latest development.
You have asked me this question now about the press conference that was done by the Attorney General on Friday. It's quite surprising that a day after these hearings, I think it was a day after or 2 days after, the Attorney General saw the occasion to address a press conference that is diametrically removed from what happened in court. You see, Attorney General should be reminded that, despite his duality of role under Nigerian Constitution, he's also the Attorney General of everybody. His job is not regime protection. His job is to uphold the law and see that justice is done to every Nigerian citizen, and even foreigners who happen to find themselves in Nigeria. What he appears to be saying on Friday is akin to saying that the witch cried at night and the baby died in the morning. Therefore, the witch killed the baby. You see, he read off all these allegations without substance. He never presented any evidence. And we have this particular one concerning the NSAS protest. We had commissions of inquiry across the country, particularly in Lagos, and I think they had one in Imo State as well that I know personally about, and there was nothing from any of these commissions of inquiry that returned an indictment of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu or IPOB in the aftermaths of the NSAS protest. So that accusation was made in bad faith, and it's intended to poison the minds of the public and also to prejudice the mind of the court as well. It's a highly prejudicial interview, and we are studying the contents to see whether there is going to be any legal reactions that should come from our side.
Okay, we never finished with the accusation where Malami knocked for Nnamdi Kanu death. He also told say on 21st October 2020, your client do online calling radio program for when you use Radio Biafra to instigate IPOB members and NSAS.
Wait, listen, I understand the question. You see, this matter is sub judice.
I want to break it down.
No, I can't allow us to go into an excursion of what is before a competent court of law in Nigeria. If the Attorney General doesn't want to keep the rules of sub judice, this is a matter before the court. If he has any evidence that our client was caught up in any wrongdoing or criminality, he should know better than anybody else that the proper forum for presentation of that evidence is a court of law, not calling press conferences. So if the Attorney General is preempting the Nigerian judiciary, if the Attorney General is disrespecting the Federal High Court, I will not play that game and stay here and disrespect the Federal High Court. I will wait for him to come before the court with any evidence that he claims to possess, so we can meet him in court toe to toe. If there was any radio program, a respected medium like BBC could have been aware of it more than my humble self. So if the Attorney General monitored any radio program, I think there was something about a radio program that was monitored in Enugu, not in Abuja. And you begin to wonder, what is Mazi Nnamdi Kanu doing facing a Federal High Court in Abuja? He should be facing a Federal High Court in Enugu. So there are just so many issues here bordering on prosecutorial misconducts of the extreme degree, and these things will be ventilated better within the confines of where we have the privilege of ventilating these things, which is the courtroom. I should not be seen to be subjecting or succumbing to these antics by the Attorney General of subjecting Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to a media trial. You said the press conference was on Friday. Today is Saturday. So I'm telling you, we are studying the contents of the press conference to see whether it is necessary for us as lawyers to join issues with him in the media or to wait for him in open court. Well, that brings me to the constitutional action that I brought on behalf of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu before the High Court of Abia State. That action, as you all know, is called Fundamental Rights Action. And same Attorney General has filed an application before the High Court of Abia State requesting for extension of time to respond. So why did he now turn around, instead of responding to the suit that I filed in Abia State or filing whatever he has before the High Court in Abuja? Now he turns around to come before the media to be spewing out all these accusations that lack substance and material evidence. So that is the question. The question, again, I'll repeat, is if the Attorney General has something that he believes to be cogent and material, he has a forum where he should present those things, and that forum is not before the Nigerian public, but before the courts of the land, which are now considering the various processes that are ongoing before them.
You were responding to the accusation by the Attorney General of the Federation, where he talks, Nnamdi Kanu provoke IPOB members and ESN members to carry out the killings of APC chieftain Ahmed Bola and the husband to late GD of NAFDAC, Dora Akunyili, Mr. Chike Akunyili, say now him now instigates IPOB and ESN members to carry out those things. How do you react?
Well, regarding these accusations by the Attorney General, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu instigated certain killings, including that of Dr. Akunyili and the APC chieftain and the others, the unrest that we have in Anambra State at this point in time. That's what I think he's referring to. I am here to tell you that we have charges in open court. The Attorney General have filed charges that don't contain these allegations. So I think the best place to address these allegations, or if he has any evidence, is the courtroom before the Federal High Court. Coming to the Nigerian public to begin to adduce new allegations that are different from what is before the court, I think is improper.
Now maybe talk about what concerning this and the Anambra elections. The elections will happen November 6th. So what do you think about the democratic dispensation of your clients as it relates to the November 6th election for Anambra State?
Well, you see, there are more important issues in Nigeria than elections. Elections can come and go, but those issues will remain. The issues are clear, that a lot of people who are Nigerians are no longer happy being Nigerians. It doesn't make them unpatriotic. It doesn't make them criminal. One of the ways citizens express their unhappiness with the system or with how their country is going is by engaging in agitations. And my clients happen to be engaged in agitation. And that agitation is informed by their right to self-determination, which is not a crime. I don't think criminalizing the demand of a people, of millions of people. You see, this is beyond the IPOB. The restiveness in this country is also rampant in the western part of the country. And parts of the north are also restive. I'm not talking about the terrorists in the north, but civil restiveness. So it indicates an overall unhappiness that is coming from vast majority of Nigerians with the way things are, with the way the system is structured. And that is something that does not deserve a bullet. It does not deserve prosecution, which is now turning to be a persecution. What it deserves is dialogue, civil engagement, constructive engagement. That's the only way you get to the position where everybody will be comfortable with an arrangement for a new Nigeria that would ensure equity and social justice for all. If somebody is saying, I want out, I don't want to be a Nigerian anymore, he's not committing any crime. And that is why you see this slew of nations around the world being very understanding of the matter and offering political asylum to members of IPOB. Number one is Britain. You see, if what IPOB is doing is illegal, is criminal, why would a major power like United Kingdom consider that IPOB members are entitled to asylum in UK? You see, the basic requirement for asylum all over the world is guided by this. Anybody that possesses a well-founded fear of persecution simply because he possesses, he subscribes to a political opinion the government of the day is wishing to suppress by means of punishment of some sort, that qualifies you for protection, for refugee status, for asylum status. IPOB members have been found across the world as a people that possess a legitimate political opinion, which is self-determination, that the government of the day is wishing to suppress by means of punishment of some sort. That is what we are dealing here. It's bigger than any election. And anybody that is asking you for a referendum is conducting himself within the framework of the law. He's not asking for war. You shouldn't face him with war. Referendum is a civil demand, and it had produced very good results in the past. Within the Federation of Nigeria itself, it was a referendum that created the fourth region of Midwest. And outside of it, it was a referendum that they took western part of Cameroon from Nigeria and gave it to Cameroon, and took the former Sadana province of Cameroon and gave it to Nigeria, the present-day Adamawa and parts of Taraba states. So what we are talking about here is not a situation that requires the government to prioritize the levying of violence against the people that are not violent.
Okay, now election matters we talk about. My next question is say, your client Nnamdi Kanu, you know whether he don't give any order, say making members no vote for the upcoming election for Anambra State. You know whether he don't talk say no election will vote for the southeastern region. That is the next question.
I can tell you on good authority that what concerns Nnamdi Kanu at this point in time is this question. The question is that the prosecutor, the Federal Republic of Nigeria, has lost her jurisdiction, her authority to try him in court because of the extraordinary